Outside target from Castillo. Corella kicks and fires. Swinging a fly ball into straightaway center field and deep. Simmons going back on it, onto the track. It's over his head, and one hops up against the wall. Wilson around first, digs for second, and he's in there safely standing with a double. Two outs. Corella from the belt. Here's the pitch on the way. Swinging a flare into left. That's down for a base hit. Wilson being waved home. Racing to the plate. He will score. Lewis with an RBI single. Brett has 3 RBIs on the day. The Blue Crabs have a 9-3 lead. He's into his motion. The payoff pitch. Fastball in there. Strike 3 called. Over the inside corner. The pitch. Swing and a fly ball hit pretty well to left center field. Chavez races back, turns, looks, and it's gone. Michael Snyder. Hello again, everybody, and welcome to Blue Crabs on Deck. I'm Jim Taraboki. Thank you for joining us. 2:05 start. First pitch between the Long Island Ducks and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. The Ducks coming into the game today, 43-32, and 3-2 here in second half play. For the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, they broke their 8-game losing streak last night with their 2-0 win. They are now 27-48, 1-5 here in second half play. This game, number 77, scheduled to start at 2:05. The right-handed pitcher Bruce Kern is on the hill for Long Island, while Darryl Thompson, the right-hander, is on the mound today for Southern Maryland. Last night, the Blue Crabs scoring in the bottom of the 4th inning on the Zach Wilson sacrifice fly. And the bottom of the 8th, Darby Myers ripped a home run over the wall and left to pad the Blue Crabs' lead to 2-0. Left-handed pitcher Brian Burris picked up the win. He was the story of the game. He threw 6 innings, striking out 7 and throwing 108 pitches. Avery Moore, Scott Main, Craig Stem, and Cody Epley held the lead out of the bullpen. The Ducks stranded 9 runners on base, 6 of them in scoring position. In fact, Brian Burris threw a lot of pitches through the first couple of innings. He left a runner on in scoring position in the bottom of the first. He worked his way out of a bases-loaded jam in the top of the second inning. I should say the top of the first. The top of the second inning, he got his way out of a bases-loaded jam. And the Ducks, a couple of innings later, 2 runners on, and Scott Main coming out of the bullpen facing the left-handed hitter Anthony Vega. And Vega on one pitch grounding out into a fielder's choice. That was the end of that rally right there. The Ducks had one more rally but were unable to push any runs across last night. Brian Burris with win number 101 in his professional career. And Burris is now 6-4 on the season. The All-Star, who will be heading to Lancaster later this week to pitch in the All-Star game along with Cody Epley. And infielders Bryant Nelson and Michael Snyder, and of course outfielder Jamar Walton will be there as well at the All-Star game on July 13th at Clipper Magazine Stadium. But looking at last night's win, it was huge, and I think at this point for the Blue Crabs, 1-5 here in second half play. It's not over yet, obviously. They still have a lot of games and a lot of baseball to be played here. But looking at this Blue Crabs team at 1-5, that's the record to keep in mind here in second half play. That 1-5 record, 27 wins, 48 losses, yes, of course. But last year the Blue Crabs at one point in the second half were doing so bad in the month of August that they were under 500 with their overall record. But in the first half, They won the first half Freedom Division. So my point is, if you look at that second half record overall, and you look at the way that with this record right now, 1-5 for the Blue Crabs, they're going to really need to buckle down here. But again, that's the record to keep in mind and to really pay attention to. We'll step aside when we come back. We will give you our out-of-town scoreboard segment. But first, we will talk about today's pitching matchup and also our player to watch here today. This is Blue Crabs on Deck on the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
ID Shield is the best way to protect your identity. If you become a victim of identity theft, ID Shield spends up to $5 million to do everything that it can to restore your identity. ID Shield is dedicated to your safety. Their identity specialists are focused on protecting you. They provide you with the services that walk you through all the steps to protect yourself. ID Shield monitors all of your personal information from Social Security numbers, credit cards, and bank accounts. ID Shield monitors everything from your passport, email, phone numbers, driver's license information, and much more. ID Shield is the only company that is partnered with Kroll, the worldwide leader in theft investigative services. ID Shield partner with Kroll protects the identities of more than 1 million people in 50 states and 4 Canadian provinces. For more information, call 571-337-3588 or log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/BowareMJ.
This is Jeremy Owens, manager of the Blue Crabs. Thanks for listening to Blue Crab Baseball. Now back to the game.
Welcome back to Blue Crabs on Deck, taking a look at today's pitching matchup as we get you set for that first pitch, 2:05, between the Long Island Ducks and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. It's the finale of the 4-game series. Blue Crabs looking to split. Meanwhile, you look at the next homestand. This is the final game of this 7-game homestand, but the quick 3-game homestand coming up on the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. The Ducks will be right back here at Regency Furniture Stadium. First thing is first here today, the Blue Crabs will look to split the series. Right-handed pitcher Daryl Thompson is on the mound today for the Blue Crabs. He is 2-5 on the year with a 5.43 ERA, 12 games, 11 starts, 64 2/3 innings pitched, 39 earned runs, 15 walks, and 41 strikeouts. Thompson, in his last start back on the 5th against Somerset, was pitching really well. But he did not factor in the decision. He went 5 1/3, 3 earned runs, 3 strikeouts, 0 walks. The Blue Crabs in that game, it was a wild one too. It was earlier in this homestand. They were up 7-0, but they fell to the Patriots 10-7. The Patriots ended up scoring 10 unanswered runs from the 6th inning on, and that propelled them to their victory. So today is the 79th start in the professional career of Thompson here in the Atlantic League. And Daryl today will be countered by the right-handed pitcher Bruce Kern. And Kern this year, last year he was 9-6 at 3.51 ERA. He's a good pitcher. He's 2-1 this year. He pitched in 40 games last year, started 13. He's pitched in 15 this year, and he has started 8 games, 45 1/3 innings pitched. His ERA at 1.99. He's given up 44 hits, 10 earned runs, 10 walks, and 45 strikeouts. He is a strike thrower. Opponents are hitting .244 off of the right-hander. In his last outing, his last start, he started 4 straight outings, by the way, and he's won 2 straight. But in his last outing on the 29th against York, he picked up the win that night, 7 innings, 2 earned runs, 7 hits, and 5 strikeouts. So he has pitched at least 7 innings in his last 2 starts, at least 6 innings in his last 3 starts, and at least 5 in his last 4 starts in his 4 outings. So he made 3 earlier starts in the year after coming out of the bullpen to start the season. He made starts on the 7th of May, the 14th of May, and the 18th of May. And that start on the 14th against Southern Maryland, he did not factor in the decision. That day, the Ducks winning 9-5. He went 4 2/3, allowing 1 earned run on 6 hits and striking out 6. So this will be the second time this year that Bruce Kern will be starting against the Blue Crabs. The right-hander, 2-1, 1.99 ERA, up against Daryl Thompson, who is 2-5, with a 5.43 earned run average. Today's player to watch, and I think, there's a couple of guys you can really pin it on for both teams. But I'll give it to Brian Nelson today. Nelson, I did Darby Myers yesterday. He homered last night. But you look at Brian's Nelson, the all-star, 1 for 3 with a run scored last night. He's 26 hits, make it 25 hits away from, it is 26 hits away from becoming the Atlantic League's all-time hits leader. So Nelson looking to earn that record here in the second half of play, and he is a guy who, at the top of the order, has really been the guy you can count on, at least with all the guys switching in and out of that leadoff spot. Nelson has been the guy you can count on at the top of the order to really come through big for this Blue Crabs team when needed. Remember, he got his 1,000th hit here in the first half of play, or I should say before this All-Star break, back on June 2nd against the Patriots. So Nelson is our player to watch today for the Blue Crabs. And on the other side, we've got a couple of players that we could pick to be the players to watch here today, but we're going to give it to, let's see here. We will give today's player to watch to Mark Minicozzi. Yes, Mark Minicozzi, who homered in this series.
It's the little things that keep my body looking this tight, like eating kale, low carb. And now, with Dial for Men, getting healthier looking skin is even easier than this. Dial for Men, healthier skin, healthier you. And getting rewarded is as easy as clicking here and signing up for Dial Rewards today.
Player to watch, Mark Minicozzi for the Ducks, and our player to watch for the Blue Crabs will be Bryant Nelson, who comes into the game hitting at .270 with a home run and 24 RBIs. And for Minicozzi, the batting average, of course, a little bit low at 176. In fact, he's just 3 for 17 in 5 games played, but he already has 2 home runs and 3 RBIs, a guy that possesses some real power. All right, we'll step aside. When we come back, we'll give you our out-of-town scoreboard segment. This is Blue Crabs on Deck on the Legal ID Shield, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Legal issues can mean trouble for anyone. No matter how much money you have, Legal Shield can help with a range of legal services. Legal Shield believes in educating and serving their members to improve their lives. Legal Shield partners with providing law firms across the United States and 4 provinces in Canada to help you with any issue you can think of. For more information, contact Marcellus and Jeanette Boweir at 571-337-3588 or log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/Boweir MJ.
This is Cody Eppley, and you're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Welcome back to Blue Crabs on Deck. I am Jim Tarabokia. 2:05 first pitch today between the Long Island Ducks and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. The Blue Crabs will be looking to split the series here today. Let's take a look at our out-of-town scoreboard, and we will start, as we always do, in the Atlantic League. A 1:35 start between the Bridgeport Bluefish and the New Britain Bees at New Britain Stadium. A 5:05 start at TD Bank Ballpark, the Lancaster Barnstormers and the Somerset Patriots. And at Constellation Field, the York Revolution and the Sugar Land Skeeters will do battle today in Texas. Some starts from earlier today around Major League Baseball: Detroit and Toronto, Cincinnati and Miami, the Yankees and the Indians, Washington and New York, the Nationals and the Mets, the Cubs and the Pirates, the Angels and the Orioles, and Tampa Bay and Boston at Fenway Park. Some games from later today around Major League Baseball: the Braves and the White Sox, the Braves 30-58, and the White Sox 45-42. Atlanta against Chicago, 2:10 start from U.S. Cellular Field. Mike Fultonens will get the start, 2-3, 4.29 ERA. The right-hander up against James Shields, who is 4-9 with a 5.67 ERA. He's posted a 2.13 ERA in his last 2 starts. Both of those outings were wins. Oakland and Houston, the Athletics 38-50, Astros 47-41, 2:10 start from Minute Maid Park. Sean Manaea 3-5, 8.5 ERA. Up against Dallas Keuchel, the left-hander, 6-9, 5.02 ERA. Getting the start for the Astros. St. Louis and Milwaukee, the Cardinals 45-42. The Brewers 38-48. 2.10 start from Miller Park. Mike Leake, the right-hander, 5-7, a 4.33 ERA. He's winless in his past 4 starts and is coming off an outing in which he allowed 5 runs over 5 innings. Junior Guerrera will get the start, 6-1, 2.93 ERA. He's had a great year. He is starting 3 of the team's 4 shutout wins this season, including each of the 2 1-0 victories. In his last start, he pitched very well against the Nationals as the Brewers won that day 1-0. That was on July 4th. The Mariners and the Royals later on, 2:15 start at Kauffman Stadium. Seattle is 44-44, while Kansas City is 45-42. Mike Montgomery, the left-hander, 2-3, a 2.15 ERA. The Royals' first-round draft pick will make his first start of the season in place of the injured Dejan Walker. He has a 2.15 ERA over 50 and a third innings and 30 relief appearances this year. Dylan Gee, the right-hander, 3-2, 4.05 ERA, making the spot start right before the All-Star break. His previous start against the Rays on the 31st went 5 innings, giving up 4 runs in that win. So it'll be Montgomery against Gee, the Mariners against the Royals, 2:15 start at Kauffman Stadium. Twins and the Rangers, Minnesota 31-56, Texas 54-35, a 3:05 start from Globe Life Park in Arlington. Tommy Malone, the left-hander, 1-2, 5.45 ERA, getting the start today for Minnesota. A.J. Griffin, 3-0, 3.06 ERA. He will start for the Rangers. Philadelphia and Colorado, 4:10 start from Coors Field. The Phillies are 41-48. The Rockies 40-47. Zach Eflin 1-2, 4.30 ERA. He allowed 1 run in a complete game Tuesday against Atlanta, picking up his first big league win. He has an ERA of 2.03 in his last 4 starts. Tyler Chatwood 8-4 and a 3.08 ERA for the Rockies. He will get the start. And his first start since suffering a back injury 2.5 weeks before. Chapman held the Giants to 2 runs, 1 earned in 5 innings. And he should be on a full pitch count here today. So the right-hander Chapman against the right-hander Zach Eflin, 4:10 start. Phillies and the Rockies from Coors Field. San Diego and Los Angeles, the Padres are 38-50, Dodgers 50-40. 4:10 start from Dodger Stadium. It'll be Christian Friedrich getting the start for the Padres, 4-4, 4.42 ERA up against Kenta Maeda, 7-6, 3.07 ERA. The right-hander getting the start for the Dodgers today, 4:10 start from Dodger Stadium. And finally, tonight, the night game, the Diamondbacks and the Giants, the national game on ESPN. 8 o'clock start from AT&T Park. The Diamondbacks 38-51, Giants 56-33. Archie Bradley will start for Arizona, 3-4, 4.81 ERA. Up against Madison Bumgarner, the left-hander, 9-4, 2.09 ERA, 132 strikeouts. He was selected to his 4th consecutive All-Star team, and opponents are batting just 100 with runners in scoring position and 2 outs against the left-hander this year. Arizona, San Francisco, Diamondbacks, Giants, 8 o'clock start from AT&T Park. That does it for our out-of-town scoreboard segment. When we come back, we will wrap things up here on Blue Crabs on Deck. This is the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network. Blue Crabs fans, come out to the ballpark August 2nd against Lancaster. It's Hearing Professionals, Silver Sluggers, night number 7. Free popcorn Tuesdays, presented by RC Theaters Lexington Exchange for the first 500 fans. On August 3rd, 11:05 special start time, it's Camp and Recreation Day. And on August 4th against the Barnstormers, it's National Night Out Celebration and Foster's Grill, Wings, and Beer Night. For more information, log on to somdbluecrabs.com or call 301-638-9788. Welcome back to Blue Crabs on Deck. We're wrapping things up here. First pitch moments away. 2:05 scheduled start time today between the Long Island Ducks and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. The Blue Crabs will look to split the series here after winning last night by the final of 2-0 and breaking that 8-game losing streak. They will send Daryl Thompson to the hill today, 2-5, 5.43 ERA, while the right-hander Bruce Kern, 2-1, 1.99 ERA, will get the start for the Ducks. Long Island 43-32, 3-2 here in second half play. The Blue Crabs 27-48, 1-5 here in second half play. We will step aside when we come back. We'll have the first pitch, the starting lineups coming up. And the Long Island Ducks, the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, doing battle here in Game 4, the finale of this 4-game series. This is the Legal ID Shield, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Hey Blue Crab fans, come out to Regency Furniture Stadium on July 2nd when the Blue Crabs take on the Long Island Ducks for Southern Maryland Library Night, presented by Southern Maryland Regional Library Association.
That same night, calling all wrestling fans, come down to meet Mickey James on Wrestler Night.
Come support the Blue Crabs and join us for the Paint the Park Night and our jersey auction on July 23rd, presented by University of Maryland Charles Regional Medical Center. Be sure to stay for our fireworks extravaganza show following directly after the last out of the game, presented by Sonic.
If you like wine and like to paint, you will love Art at the Park, featuring wine and design. Also on July 24th, it's our 6th Back Bin Buddies Day, presented by Chick-fil-A. Kids play free in Pitch's Playground and can run the bases post-game. For tickets and more information, log on to somdbluecrabs.com or call 301-638-9788. The Blue Crabs broke an 8-game losing streak with their win last night against Long Island. Now they look to get things rolling here in the second half, while the Long Island Ducks look to win the series here this afternoon. It's the Long Island Ducks and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, the finale of this 4-game series and the final game of this 7-game homestand. Southern Maryland Blue Crabs baseball begins right now. The wide, here's the payoff. Outside corner, got him looking. Strike 3, a fastball. Arceau from the belt, runner not going. The pitch is swung on, grounded to short. Lombardozzi charges. He scoops, shovels to second one. Nelson's turn. On to first is in time. A double play. The pitch. Swinging a fly ball. Off in the air to right and deep. Repko going back. He turns, looks, and it's gone. Into his motion, the payoff pitch. Fastball in there. Strike 3 called over the inside corner.
Southern Maryland Blue Crabs baseball is presented by Legal ID Shield.
And a pleasant good afternoon. Welcome inside Regency Furniture Stadium. Mix of sun and clouds here today at Regency Furniture Stadium. Welcome inside the ballpark. I'm Jim Tarabokia, and welcome to the Legal ID Shield, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network, and our game broadcast here today as the Long Island Ducks at 43-32, 3-2 here in second half play. Take on the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, who are 27-48, and last night breaking an 8-game losing streak, now 1-5 here in second half play. It is game number 77 for Southern Maryland, as we are just about ready for the Blue Crabs to take the field in our first pitch. The Blue Crabs last night winning by the final of 2-0. The Blue Crabs scored first in the bottom of the fourth on Zach Wilson's sacrifice fly, and in the bottom of the eighth, Darby Myers ripped a home run over the wall and left to pad the Blue Crabs lead to 2-0. Brian Burris picked up the win, throwing 6 innings, striking out 7, and throwing 108 pitches. Navery Moore, Scott Main, Craig Stem, Cody Epley held the lead out of the bullpen as the Ducks stranded 9 runners on base, with 6 of them in scoring position. The Ducks got the pitch count of Brian Burris pretty high after the first couple of innings, but Burris really settled down. In fact, he retired 13 of the final 14 hitters that he faced. And Burris last night throwing 108 pitches. That's the reason he was taken out after 6, was because his pitch count was so high. But Burris earning his 6th win, the All-Star last night. He was the main story of the game. Blue Crabs with some timely hitting, and the Ducks leaving too many runners on, and including 6 of them in scoring position. Tonight's pitching matchup, or I should say today's pitching matchup, as the right-hander Bruce Kern on the hill for the Ducks, while Darrell Thompson will throw for the Blue Crabs. Darrell on the season 2-5 with a 5.43 earned run average. His 13th game, 12th start, 64 2/3 innings pitched, 69 hits, 41 runs, 39 of those runs have been earned, 15 walks, 41 strikeouts for the right-hander Thompson, who in his last start against Somerset, it was a wacky one, back on the 5th of July, did not factor in the decision, 5 1/3, 3 earned runs, 9 hits, 3 strikeouts. He was cruising along. Blue Crabs were up 7-0. It looked like the Blue Crabs were going to pick up the victory, but the Patriots all of a sudden started to hit. In fact, they scored 10 unanswered runs from the 6th inning on, and they earned that 10-7 victory that night. Thompson did not factor in the decision. So the 6-foot, 205-pound right-hander Darrell Thompson will go up against Bruce Kern, the right-hander for the Ducks. 2-1, a 1.99 ERA. His 16th game, 9th start, 45 1/3 innings pitched, 10 earned runs, 10 walks, 45 strikeouts, and opponents are hitting .244 off of the right-handed pitcher. So it'll be Bruce Kern up against Darrell Thompson, the right-hander for Southern Maryland. Fans ID Shield provides security monitoring and complete restoration of your valuable information, protecting what is valuable to you. They monitor your credit, social security number, and also track your credit score. For more information, log on to LegalShieldAssociate.com/BulwareMJ or contact Marcellus and Jeanette Bulware at 571-337-3588. That is Marcellus and Jeanette Bulware, 571-337-3588. LegalShieldAssociate.com/BulwareMJ. The All-Star Game is coming up this week. In fact, it will be the All-Star Game on, let's see here, it'll be July 13th, and that'll be on Wednesday. So the All-Star Game will be played on Wednesday in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Of course, Brian Burris, last night's starter, is going, along with a couple of other guys, including Cody Epley, who got the save last night, Jamar Walton, going representing the outfield for the Blue Crabs, Michael Snyder, Bryant Nelson representing the infielders. Those 2 guys will be going as well. 5 guys going from the Blue Crabs to Lancaster to play in the All-Star Game on Wednesday. So the Blue Crabs will have the week off and then continue with second half play, opening up with a 7-game road trip, 4 in Lancaster, the 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and then 3 against York, the 19th, 20th, and 21st, before returning home to face this Ducks team, a quick 3-game series, the 22nd, the Friday, the 23rd, the Saturday, and then the 24th, that's Sunday. So the Blue Crabs probably being 1-5 here in second half play, breaking an 8-game losing streak last night, will enjoy that nice week off, I'm sure. Blue Crabs have taken the field, and we will send it down now to field level for our national anthem.
Fans, please rise, and gentlemen, please redeem your caps as we welcome the Chesapeake Community Chorus as they honor America with their rendition of the national anthem.
Great job on the national anthem. Blue Crabs have taken the field. Let's take a look at today's Legal ID Shield starting lineups. First for the Long Island Ducks, wearing the gray tops with the gray pants, orange lettering across the chest, and black numbers on the backs. They're wearing the black caps today with the black brims, positioned in the first base side dugout, managed by Kevin Baez. Long Island 43-32, 3-2 here in second half play, looking to win the series this afternoon. Anthony Vega, the left fielder, leads things off. Velant Lentini, the right fielder, bats second. Delta Cleary Jr. plays center, and he is batting third. Cody Puckett bats fourth, cleaning up. He's playing second base. Dan Lyons bats fifth. He's the shortstop. Mark Minicozy is the first baseman, batting sixth. Mike Dowd, the DH, bats seventh. Mike Blank is the catcher, batting eighth. Matt Wessinger is the third baseman, batting ninth. Vega, Lentini, Cleary Jr., Puckett, Lyons, Minicozy, Dowd, Blank, and Wessinger the lineup for the Ducks. For the Blue Crabs today, wearing the blue tops with white pants, baby blue fronts, navy blue backs with the baby blue caps, navy blue brims, positioned in the third base side dugout. Managed by Jeremy Owens, 27-48 on the year, 1-5 here in second half play, looking to split the series today. Antoine Richardson, the center fielder, leads off. Darby Myers, the right fielder, bats second. Bryant Nelson, the third baseman, bats third. Michael Snyder, the first baseman, cleans up, batting fourth. Alfredo Marte, the DH, bats fifth. Norberto Susini, the catcher, bats sixth. 3-Day Rodriguez, the left fielder, bats seventh. Eric Garcia, the shortstop, bats eighth. Angel Sanchez, the second baseman, bats ninth. Richardson, Myers, Nelson, Snyder, Marte, Susini, Rodriguez, Garcia, Sanchez, the lineup for the Blue Crabs. Our umpires here today, John Grasso is behind the plate. Chris Engstrad is the first base umpire. Silvio Martinez Jr., the third base umpire. Umpires today, the black caps, black shirts, and gray pants. Defensively for the Blue Crabs, left to right in the outfield, Rodriguez, Richardson, Myers, Nelson Garcia, left side of the infield, Sanchez, Snyder, right side of the infield. Norberto Susini is catching Darrell Thompson, 2-5, 5.43 ERA, 13th game, 12th start, 64 2/3 innings pitched, 15 walks, and 41 strikeouts. Glad you're with us today on the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network. We are ready for baseball as Anthony Vega will climb in, the left fielder hitting at 282, 3 home runs, 31 RBIs. Thompson off the third base edge with the sun shining here at the ballpark. Here's the windup in the first offering. Vega swings and lifts it in the air to left center field and deep. Richardson gliding back into the alleyway, at the track, at the wall, and that ball is gone. Anthony Vega on the first pitch that he sees at 2:11 Eastern Time rips a home run over the wall in left center field. How about that? The last time these two teams met, back on the 12th of June, Velant Lentini off Scott Snodgrass, the first pitch that he saw, ripped it over the wall in center, and on the first pitch that Vega sees, he hits it over the wall in the alleyway in left center field. So the Ducks with an early 1-0 lead. Speaking of which, here is Velant Lentini. Anthony Vega working hard underneath in the batting cage before the game today. Hard work pays off. Here's the pitch. Lentini swings and grounds it to short. Garcia with an easy play, scoops and throws, and it's in time at first. So Lentini is out. Thompson has thrown just 2 pitches. Lentini before that at bat, 318, 4 home runs, and 38 RBIs. Here is Delta Cleary Jr., 1-0. Ducks already out in front. By the way, for Vega, that is home run number 4 on the year, RBI number 32. Cleary Jr. switch hitter batting left as Thompson works off the third base edge of the rubber. He's thrown just 2 pitches. First offering. Breaking ball, drops in at the knees, strike 1 called. Delta Cleary Jr. hitting at 293 with 16 RBIs. Thompson into the windup now. Here's the pitch. Fastball, darts low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Our game time temperature today, 80 degrees. Partly cloudy, mix of sun and clouds. Winds blowing out to left center field, 3 miles per hour, 21% humidity. The pitch on the way. Swing and a ball lofted in the air along the left field line, shallow, as it slices foul and out of play. So it's a ball and 2 strikes to Delta Cleary Jr. Who's had himself a nice series. A couple of nights ago, registered 4 hits. He also, in Game 1 of this series, was responsible for 3 RBIs. Open stance left side. Here's the windup and the pitch. Swung on, chopped towards third. Nelson backing up. Backhand grab. Throws to first from foul territory late as he was straddling the line, but Cleary Jr. was able to leg that one out. 2 hits in the inning for the Ducks. Delta Cleary Jr. with great speed, especially coming out of that left-handed batter's box. 1-0 Long Island on the Anthony Vega solo home run to left center field on the first pitch that he saw. And again, the wind is blowing out to left center field. That might have helped push the baseball out. Either way, he got good wood on it. Here's Cody Puckett, the second baseman, hitting at .280 with 6 home runs and 40 RBIs. The pitch, outside with a slider, and that's ball 1. So Thompson, 2-5, 5.43 ERA, his 79th start in the professional career for him here in the Atlantic League. Sets letter high. Here's the pitch. Tipped foul at the plate. That got a piece of Susini as he's in some pain. 1 ball and 1 strike. Thompson, in fact, has not factored in the last 3 outings. Starting back on the 25th against York, 7 innings. The 30th against Sugarland, 6 2/3. And on the 5th against Somerset in that wild game, he went 5 1/3. And he lost it in the 6th inning. And that began that big rally for the Patriots, who were down at the time 7-0. And they registered 10 unanswered runs on the scoreboard. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. A high fastball. Thompson's fastball ranges from about 89 to 92 miles per hour. Has very good life to it. He's got a slider, a curveball, and a changeup as well. 1 ball and 2 strikes with 1 out, 1-0 Long Island. Cleary Jr. with that infield single. He's at first, taking his lead. Held on by Snyder. Not running the pitch. Tipped foul off the mask of Susini as it ricochets all the way back to the screen. Susini's getting beat up here in the early going. No word on Angel Flores as to why he has not played the last couple of nights. But right now the Blue Crabs, I think, in my opinion, have 2 catchers who are healthy and who could play. I don't think Flores can play. I think he might have an undisclosed injury. If I get any word on that, I'll pass it along. But Connor David is the guy on the bench. He is the backup catcher to Susini. The pitch. Breaking ball, popped foul off first. Snyder giving it a look. Stepping onto the track. Has some room. And Michael makes a one-hand catch towards the furthest end of the Ducks dugout near that camera well. So Puckett fouls out. And there's 2 away. Delta Cleary Jr. still at first. Ducks with a 1-0 lead. Here's Dan Lyons. Lyons, the shortstop, hitting at .337, 5 home runs, 28 RBIs. He's played in 55 games this year. Team's leading hitter. Guy who can hit gap to gap and hit for some power, as evident by those 5 home runs as well. The pitch. Swung on, popped him up. Left side of the infield. Nelson shading the eyes from the sun at his third base position, giving way to Garcia coming in from short, and Eric makes the catch. The inning is over. A run on 2 hits. That Anthony Vega solo home run on the first pitch that he saw over the wall in left center field. 1 man left on. Blue Crabs coming to bat. Bottom of the first. 1-0 Long Island. This is the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
ID Shield is the best way to protect your identity. If you become a victim of identity theft, ID Shield spends up to $5 million to do everything that it can to restore your identity. ID Shield is dedicated to your safety. Their identity specialists are focused on protecting you. They provide you with the services that walk you through all the steps to protect yourself. ID Shield monitors all of your personal information from social security numbers, credit cards, and bank accounts. ID Shield monitors everything from your passport, email, phone numbers, driver's license information, and much more. ID Shield is the only company that is partnered with Kroll, the worldwide leader in theft investigative services. ID Shield partner with Kroll protects the identities of more than 1 million people in 50 states and 4 Canadian provinces. For more information, call 571-337-3588 or log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/BowareMJ.
This is Jeremy Owens, manager of the Blue Crabs. Thanks for listening to Blue Crab Baseball. Now back to the game.
Bottom half of the first inning, Blue Crabs down 1-0 on the strength of the Anthony Vega solo home run over the wall in left center field on the first pitch that he saw. Bruce Kern is on the mound, defensively behind him. Anthony Vega, Delta Cleary Jr., Felot Lentini left to right in the outfield. Matt Wessinger, the third baseman. Dan Lyons, the shortstop. Cody Puckett plays second. Mark Minicozy is the first baseman. Mike Blank is behind the plate. Bruce Kern is on the mound. Kern, the right-hander, 2-1, a 1.99 ERA. 16th game, 9th start, 45 and a third innings pitched. 10 earned runs allowed, 10 walks, 45 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .244 off of the right-hander. Antoine Richardson will lead things off. Switch hitter batting from the left side. He's the center fielder. Last night he was hitless, 0 for 4 in his Blue Crabs debut. Kern ready to work. Bruce into the wind. Here's the pitch. Richardson takes a fastball in for a strike over the outer third of the plate. Kern has a very good fastball. A lot of good life to it and velocity. Right around 91 to 92 miles per hour. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball, a strike over the inside corner. It's quickly 0-2. So Wessinger, who was even with the bag, backs up behind the base, and that's the same thing across the diamond with Mark Minicozy, the first baseman. 0-2 pitch. Tipped foul off the mask of Blank as it ricochets back to the brick backstop. Richardson stays alive at 0-2. It'll be Richardson followed by Myers and Bryant Nelson. 1-0 Ducks. We're in the bottom of the first, the finale of this 4-game series and the final game of this 7-game homestand for the Blue Crabs. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss on a breaking ball. 12-6 curveball down in the zone, and Richardson swung right over. Quickly 1 out, and here is Darby Myers. 1-0 Long Island with the lead. Kern 6'1", 175 pounds. He is from Stony Brook, New York. He was college teammates, Kern was, with his third baseman, Matt Wessinger, at St. John's University, program out of the Big East. Myers climbs in right side, playing right field today. The windup and the pitch. Swinging a foul back to the screen. Myers hitting at .277, 5 home runs, and 30 RBIs. Darby coming into the game on an 11-game hitting streak, hitting .396 over that span. Meanwhile, out there on the hill, Bruce Kern has thrown 5 pitches, all of them for strikes. 1 out, nobody on, 1-0 Ducks. The pitch. Swinging a ground ball, sharply hit back towards the middle, and it's through out of the range of the second baseman, Cody Puckett, into right center field for a base hit. 1 on, 1 out. And Darby Myers has now hit safely in 12 games. Guy who I've talked about before deserves some consideration for the All-Star game. This past month, I would say 3 to 4 weeks, he has been on fire with the bat and possibly, quite possibly, the best hitter in the Atlantic League with his production. He's been the lone bright spot in what has been a struggling offense as of late for Southern Maryland. Here's Bryant Nelson, switch hitter batting left, the third baseman. Kern sets. Here's the pitch. Inside knee high with a fastball. And that's ball 1. 1-0 Ducks. Nelson hitting at .270, 1 home run, 24 RBIs. And another thought about Darby Myers and the Blue Crabs offense, which I'll get to in just a moment here. Kern sets. Off the third base edge. Delivers home. Nelson swings and rips it on the ground through the right side. A base hit. Lentini comes up scooping, ready to fire to third as Myers stops right at second. Back-to-back hits now for the Blue Crabs. And a good start here in this bottom of the first inning for a team that, what I was going to say, has struggled this year offensively coming into the game. In the bottom 3 in runs scored, batting average, hits, and RBIs. And I'm not including on-base percentage, which they're in the bottom 3 in as well, and slugging percentage too. They've had their share of injuries that has certainly not helped them. This guy coming to the plate, Michael Snyder, coming back is a huge boost. .306 average, tied for second in the league with 13 home runs, 27 RBIs. First offering, a big wave and a miss at a curveball, and it's 0-1. The Ducks with a 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the first. Blue Crabs threatening, back-to-back hits, Myers at second, Nelson at first. But Darby Myers, like I said, has been that lone bright spot, picking up for a lot of guys who have been hurt. And as I mentioned, one of those guys at the plate right now, Michael Snyder. The kick and the pitch. Outside corner, a breaking ball. Spins right over the edge, and it's 0-2. Yeah, Snyder returning to the lineup a few days ago against Long Island after missing 12 games with a hamstring injury. He returned to the lineup in Game 2 of this series. Kern bending at the waist, first and second, 1-0 Ducks, bottom of the first inning. The pitch home. Fastball looped in the air, shallow center field, late break for Cleary Jr. coming on. He's into a jog and makes a one-hand catch. Snyder getting jammed that fastball in on his hands. And he is retired. Here's Alfredo Marte, the DH, hitting at .245 between York and Southern Maryland. 5 home runs, 14 RBIs. So Marte will climb in against the right-hander Bruce Kern. Marte 0 for 7, by the way, in a Blue Crabs uniform. Now would be a good time to get his first hit. First and second, 2 outs, 1-0 Ducks. Check of the runner, Kern kicks, delivers. Swinging a soft liner into right. That's down for a base hit. Myers touches third. He's being waved home. Lentini falls down, and he cannot make a throw as he just slings it into first. And Marte back easily to the bag. Scoring from second, Darby Myers. Nelson into third base. They're at the corners for the Blue Crabs, who have now tied the game here in the bottom of the first, 1-1. Lentini scooped the baseball, and he was ready to go into a violent crow hop and make a strong throw to the plate. He had a real shot, even with the speed of Darby Myers, to get Darby at the plate, but he just flat out fell down. So he's being looked at by the training staff. He may be in some pain here. Phelan just flat out fell down. Now for the Blue Crabs, they've tied the game, and they've got 3 hits in the inning. Alfredo Marte, his first hit, first RBI as a Blue Crab, and overall his 15th RBI of the year. Good job by Southern Maryland responding after Anthony Vega ripped a home run over the wall in left center field in the top of the first inning. Blue Crabs tying the game with a run on 3 hits. Here is Norberto Susini looking to keep this thing going with 2 outs, runners at the corners. The Blue Crabs last night, by the way, came up with some timely hitting, scoring runs in the bottom of the 4th and the bottom of the 8th. They only left 2 runners on base. On the contrary, for the Ducks, they left 9 runners on base, 6 of them in scoring position. So Kern off the third base edge, coming set. Here's the pitch. Susini takes a called strike over the inside corner, and it's 0-1. Last year, Kern spent the entire season with Long Island. He went 9-6 with a 3.51 ERA. In 40 games and 13 starts, he pitched over 100 innings. Kern checks the runner at first. Marte, now he sets and deals. Curveball, bends in, called strike at the knees. And Susini in the 2-strike hole. Norberto with 2 RBIs. He's played in 16 games. This is his 13th start. Overall, he's got 6 hits in 40 at-bats. Outfielders play straight away. Here's the pitch. Tad inside at the knees with a fastball. Blank, the catcher, tried to frame it. And John Grasso, the home plate umpire, did not pull the trigger. The on-deck hitter is Ride Rodriguez. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Susini, switch hitter, batting left with an open stance. Nelson the lead in foul territory at third. Myers with the lead over at first. Held on by Minicozy. Here's the pitch. Swung on, cued on the ground foul. Third base side, right behind the coach's box where Jeremy Owens, manager, picks it up, flips it into the stands. Joe Walsh, the first base coach, over there in the coach's box. Bill Bliss, the pitching coach, on the top step of the dugout. And to his right, Jake Opitz on the top step of the dugout, the hitting coach for the Blue Crabs. Here's the pitch. Swung on, chopped foul of first. And right by the aforementioned Joe Walsh. So Susini stays alive at 1 ball and 2 strikes. The 5th pitch of the at-bat coming here to Norberto. By the way, for Bruce Kern, he has thrown 14 strikes in just 2 balls. So throwing strikes has not been the issue. 1-2 pitch. Down and in with a fastball, and that backs Susini off the plate. So now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Southern Maryland coming into the game at 27-48, but keep in mind, I talked about it in the pregame. Look at that second half record, which right now is not very good. It's 1-5. That's the record you want to really focus and improve on. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss at a curveball. And down goes Susini, the second strikeout of the inning for Bruce Kern. Blue Crabs tie the game, though, as they respond in the bottom of the first. A run on 3 hits, and they leave runners at the corners. At the end of 1 inning of play, Long Island, Southern Maryland, all tied at 1. This is the Legal ID Shield, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network. Blue Crabs fans, come out to the ballpark August 2nd against Lancaster. It's Hearing Professionals, Silver Sluggers, night number 7. Free popcorn Tuesdays, presented by RC Theaters Lexington Exchange for the first 500 fans. On August 3rd, 11:05 special start time, it's Camp and Recreation Day. And on August 4th against the Barnstormers, it's National Night Out Celebration and Foster's Grill, Wings, and Beer Night. For more information, log on to somdbluecrabs.com or call 301-638-9788. Heading to the top half of the second here at Regency Furniture Stadium. We're all tied at 1, Long Island, Southern Maryland, in the finale of this 4-game series. The Ducks look to win the series here today, checking in with a record of 43-32. 3-2 here in second half play. They can kind of take it easy here in the second half because they clinched the Liberty Division in the first half, meaning that they are in the playoffs. Mark Minicozy will start things, 6, 7, 8. Minicozy, Dowd, and Blank. Mark bats from the right side. Here's the windup in the pitch. In for a strike with a bender over the outside corner. Minicozy made his debut on Tuesday for the Ducks. 3 for 17 on the year. Here's the pitch home from Thompson. High and tight with a fastball, and that backs Minicozy off the plate. Mark with 2 home runs. He homered in game 1 of this series. He also has 3 RBIs. Mark 6 foot, 220 pounds. Here's the pitch. Low and away with a slider. He's from Wayne, Pennsylvania. Spent some time in affiliated ball, most notably with the San Francisco Giants. Thompson off the third base edge. He allowed 2 hits, by the way, in the top of the first. Here's the pitch. Swung on, chopped over the mound towards the middle. Moving to his right is the second baseman, Sanchez, who bobbles the baseball directly behind second, and he's unable to make a throw. And it'll be an infield single for Mark Minicozy, the third of the afternoon for Long Island. Tough play for Sanchez moving to his right. If he would have fielded it cleanly, he would have had to throw across his body, which is never easy to do. Here's Mike Dowd now. 1-1 is our score, top of the second inning. Dowd, the designated hitter, hitting at .315. He has a home run and 24 RBIs. Righty on righty matchup. Here's the pitch. Fastball pops into the mitt of Susini. Called strike over the outside corner. And it's 0-1 to the right-handed hitting DH, hitting .519 in his last 10 games. Here's the set position. Here's the pitch. Swinging a ball fisted foul off to the right and out of play. So Thompson is ahead here at 0-2 with Minicozy over there at first base. On the out-of-town scoreboard today in the Atlantic League, top of the 4th inning at New Britain Stadium, Bluefish with a 1-0 lead over the Bees. 5:05 start at TD Bank Ballpark, Lancaster and Somerset. Thompson sets, here's the pitch. Swinging a foul off to the right and out of play. 6:05 start at Constellation Field, the York Revolution, and the Sugar Land Skeeters. On the Major League Baseball side of things, a lot of games in action right now. Top of the 5th inning, Toronto 5-0 lead over Detroit. Top 5, Cincinnati 3-2 lead over Miami. Yankees 5-1 lead, top of the 4th in Cleveland. The pitch home. Swing and a fly ball, lifted in the air, shallow left. Rodriguez sprinting in, and Rede makes a one-hand catch in stride off his left shoulder. One out, back to first goes Minicozy. 1-1 our score. We're in the top of inning number 2. Nationals 3-2 lead over the Mets, top of the 5th. Pirates 4-3 lead over the Cubs, bottom of the 3rd. Angels 1-0 lead over the Orioles, bottom of the 3rd. In Baltimore, top of the 3rd inning. Red Sox 4-0 lead over Tampa Bay. The batter is Blank, the catcher. Righty on righty, the pitch. In for a strike over the outside edge with a fastball. Blank hitting at .237, 5 home runs, and 27 RBIs. Blank 27 years of age. Originally he is from Granby, Canada. The pitch. Swing and a ball lifted foul off first, and that twists out of play into the seats. Quickly, it's 0-2. He attended the University of Tampa. I talked to his college coach, Joe Urso, not too long ago, and I talked a little bit about Joe and the relationship he had with Mike back when Blank was in college playing for Mr. Urso. And Joe told me via email that he's a guy who just grinded and would always be the hardest worker. Here's a swing and a miss, though, at a breaking ball, and Blank is down on strikes. Thompson with his first K of the game, trying to settle in. And Matt Wessinger will come to the plate with 2 outs. 1-1 our score here in the top of inning number 2.
Next up, third baseman, number 17, Matt Wessinger.
Wessinger, the third baseman, at .203 with a home run and 17 RBIs. Righty on righty matchup, the number 9 hitter. Thompson bending at the waist. Minicozy still over there at first. Held on by Snyder. Not running, the pitch. A swing and a line drive over the head of the leaping Nelson as it's into left for a hit. Rodriguez playing it on the warning track. Minicozy jogs into third base, and digging for second in there safely standing is Wessinger with double number 8 on the year. So the Ducks with another threat here in the top of the second. The game tied at 1. They've got runners at second and third with 2 outs. They now have 4 hits here in the ball game. They got the scoring started in the top of the first with Anthony Vega and his solo home run over the wall in left center field. Top of the order now, speaking of which, here is Anthony. His 4th home run of the year in the first, RBI number 32. Vega, 6 runs scored here in this series. Left-handed hitter, the pitch. Swung on, tipped foul into the mid of Susini. And it's 0-1. A fun player to watch, Anthony Vega. Last year he was with the Blue Crabs for a short amount of time. Then it was kind of a rental, if you will, and he was returned to complete that transaction to Long Island later in the year. Next offering. Breaking ball, drops in, strike 2 called. Right there at the knees on the inner half of the plate. It's quickly 0-2. Vega with a lot of speed. I've noticed the difference with him this year is that he sprays balls to left center field, works gap to gap, and he's got a little bit of power as well. He was underneath in the cage today, trying to iron out some kinks in his swing. Slightly open stance left side. Thompson's 0-2. Swung on and fouled back to the screen. And the count holds at 0-2. And I've also noticed, too, with Vega, and I'm just kind of giving a fundamental lesson here, so I apologize, is that his swing is a lot shorter than it was last year. At times it got very long, and he had a tendency to pull the ball on the ground. This year, though, the reason he is going gap to gap, I think, is because his swing is a lot shorter. Wind now blowing out to straightaway center. Second and third, the pitch. Swung on, pulled on the ground, foul. First base side. And the count holds at 0-2. Minicozy with that leadoff single. He is at third base. Wessinger, that 2-out double, and he is at second. On deck is Felant Lentini if Vega were to reach. Thompson has thrown 24 strikes and 4 balls, a pitch count of 28. The pitch count was high for Brian Burns after 2 innings last night, but he really settled in. The pitch on the way, high and outside, a fastball missing. And now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Beautiful day today. Mix of baby blue sky and white puffy clouds up above. There are no kids today, by the way, playing on the basketball court beyond the wall in left center, which surprises me. There's always kids, it seems like, playing basketball out there. The pitch. Breaking ball. In there. Strike 3 called at the knees. Good pitch from Thompson. His second strikeout of the game. Ducks leaving 2 runners on, both in scoring position. We head to the bottom half of the second inning here at the ballpark. Long Island and Southern Maryland all tied at 1. This is the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Hey Blue Crabs fans, join us at Regency Furniture Stadium on August 5th as your Southern Maryland Blue Crabs take on the York Revolution. It'll be Salute the Troop Night presented by Chick-fil-A of Charles County and the St. Charles Companies, as well as Craft Fair Night, Beach Party Night, and a firework extravaganza presented by PNC. The very next night on August 6th, the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs continue to take on the York Revolution for Southern Maryland Library Night presented by Southern Maryland Regional Library Association. It'll also be Urgent Care Night and a jersey auction presented by the University of Maryland Charles Regional Medical Center. For more information, log online to www.somdbluecrabs.com or call 301-638-9788.
Rene Rodriguez will start things. Bottom of the second inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Game all tied at 1. Bruce Kern, the right-hander, ready to work. He deals home. Swinging a fly ball. Well hit left field. It's at the wall, and it's gone into the picnic area. Rene Rodriguez on the first pitch that he sees. Rips it over the wall. A fastball over that Grill 13 mini monster in left. Rodriguez with his 7th hit out of his 35th at-bat. This is 11th game, his first home run, and first RBI in a Blue Crabs uniform. 2-1, Southern Maryland. They've taken the lead here in the bottom of the second. Rene Rodriguez. That was a line drive shot. Blue Crabs now with 4 hits. And Eric Garcia will stand in. Garcia, the shortstop, at 226. 1 home run, 18 driven in. Here's the pitch. Low and away, and that's ball 1. It doesn't seem like to me that either starting pitcher really has their best stuff or really has settled in as of yet. They may still have their best stuff later in the game. Here's the pitch. And Garcia takes inside at the belt. A fastball missing. And it's a ball and a strike. I got out of here too in a hurry. Now the windup. Here's the pitch. Bounced foul first base side. Elsewhere on the out-of-town scoreboard on the Major League Baseball side of things. Top of inning number 3 in Chicago. The Braves a 2-0 lead over the White Sox. Athletics Astros scoreless bottom second. Here's the pitch on the way. Swung on, chopped to second base. An easy play for Puckett, who collects it in at the belt and tosses to first. Garcia out. 2-1 Southern Maryland, bottom of the second. Angel Sanchez will dig in. Second baseman, right-handed batter at 224. 2 home runs, 8 RBIs. St. Louis and Milwaukee tied at 1, bottom of the second inning. Kansas City a 2-0 lead, or rather Seattle a 2-0 lead over Kansas City, top of the second. Here's the pitch. Sanchez swings and fists it foul, back over the screen and out of play. 3:05 start later for Minnesota and Texas. Philadelphia, Colorado a 4:10 start. San Diego and Los Angeles, the Padres and the Dodgers a 4:10 start. Arizona, San Francisco, the national game tonight, 8 o'clock start. That game, of course, on ESPN. Here's the windup and the pitch. Sanchez takes a fastball outside as it runs off the corner. 1 ball and 1 strike is the count to Angel. Bruce Kern with 19 strikes thrown, 6 balls, 25 pitches. Next offering, a swing and a line drive, tattooed to center. Cleary Jr. coming on. He's got a beat and makes a one-hand running chest-high catch. Did not sink quick enough, that line drive off the bat of Sanchez. 2 outs, nobody on. Antoine Richardson will hit. He struck out swinging his first time. He's still hitless in a Blue Crabs uniform, 0 for 5. This is second game. Southern Maryland, a 2-1 lead. A home run by Rene Rodriguez here in this inning, the difference. Kern back into the windup. Here's the pitch. Inside low. And that's ball 1. Richardson picked up from the airport just a couple of days ago. He was signed by the Blue Crabs, making his debut last night. Switch hitter batting left. Here's the pitch on the way. Down and in with a fastball. And now it's 2-0. Each team with 4 hits apiece here in the early going. Blue Crabs looking to split this series and win their second game of the second half going into the All-Star break. The windup in the pitch. Swing and a miss. And he was tied up on a pitch on the inner half. Darby Myers on deck if the inning were to continue. Here's the windup and the pitch home. Bounce weakly foul, first base side near the on-deck circle. Kern looking for his third strikeout, the pitch. Check swing on a breaking ball, did he go? No. Silvio Martinez Jr., third base umpire with the call, so Richardson stays alive. As the count runs to 3 balls and 2 strikes. Yeah, Antoine signed back on July 8th, began the season playing at the AAA level with the Dodgers and the Pirates organizations. Most recently in Oklahoma City. Pitch on the way, fastball in tight, that's ball 4. Richardson turns away, and he earns the 2-out walk. 2-1 Blue Crabs as we play here in the bottom of the second inning. First walk issued today by the right-hander Kern as Darby Myers will now come to the plate. Right fielder singling and scoring a run on that RBI single by Marte back in the first. Myers hitting from the right side with an open stance. The pitch in for a strike at the knees. The fastball has good velocity to it from Kern. Pretty good 12-6 curveball as well. Gets ahead of Darby Myers, who climbs right back in. I mentioned Darby now on a 12-game hitting streak with his single back in the first. 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball, line softly down the right field line. It's falling. Lentini coming on. He won't get there as it drops down for a hit. On his way to third base, Richardson, as the throw is cut off on the left side of the infield. And Darby Myers 2 for 2. A pair of singles. Blue Crabs with runners at the corners. And 2 outs here in the bottom of the second inning. So the Blue Crabs threatening once again. That's their 5th hit of the day. I mentioned it, with Darby Myers last night. Here's a guy who can hit really anywhere in the lineup. He's hit 3rd here in the lineup this year. He's hitting the leadoff spot. He's hitting the number 9 spot. He's hitting the 7th spot, the 8th spot. And today he's in the number 2 spot, and he just continues to hit. Again, he now has a 12-game hitting streak, and he is 2 for 2 here today. Here's Bryant Nelson. He's a switch hitter. He'll climb in left side. He singled his first time. 2-1 Blue Crabs, the pitch. Inside, off the corner. As that fastball misses, backing Nelson off the plate. 1 ball and no strikes to Bryant Nelson, who was named an Atlantic League All-Star for the second time in his career just a few days ago. Kern kicks and fires. Outside, a fastball runs off the corner. That one really wasn't anywhere close. 2 balls, no strikes is the count. Blue Crabs 2-1 lead as they took the lead here in the bottom of the second on that solo home run over the Grill 13 mini monster in left off the bat of Rede Rodriguez. The wind blows out to straightaway center. The pitch swung on, grounded towards the middle. Puckett shuffles to his right. He's got it on the back edge of the dirt and flips overhand to second with the shortstop Lions there covering for the force. Blue Crabs, though, adding a run. They've got the lead, a run on 2 hits. That solo home run by Rede Rodriguez, and they leave 1 in scoring position. At the end of 2 innings of play, it is Southern Maryland 2 and Long Island 1. This is the Legal ID Shield, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
ID Shield, a division of Legal Shield, continues the mission of providing identity protection to more than 1 million people in 50 states and 4 Canadian provinces. Teamed with Crow, no other company combines the expertise of the most knowledgeable identity protection specialists in the industry. The team of dedicated individuals does whatever it takes for as long as it takes to keep you and your family safe. For more information, log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/BowareMJ or contact Marcellus and Jeanette Boware at 571-337-3588.
Top of the third inning, Blue Crabs with a 2-1 lead, as they have scored a run in each of the last 2 innings. RBIs today for Southern Maryland from Alfredo Marte and the solo home run from Rede Rodriguez in the first and second inning, respectively. Now Lentini will start things for the Ducks here in the top of the third. Phelan grounding out his first time. It'll be Lentini, Cleary Jr., and Puckett. Thompson into the wind. Here's the pitch. Lentini looks it over. Called strike over the outside corner with a slider. Lentini, a right-handed batter, hitting .318 on the year. Checks into the game. First in the league in runs with 54. Next offering, a wave and a miss. A slider down and away. Also first in hits. The only player in double digits in that category. 101 hits on the season. He's also second in the league with 30 extra base hits coming into play today. 0-2. Swung on, fouled back to the screen. And Lentini stays alive. He has seen 3 pitches, all of them breaking balls. Still nothing in 2 to Phelan, who was inducted into Sonoma State's Athletic Hall of Fame in 2010. That was where he attended college. The windup in the pitch. Fastball grounded to first as it takes a hop off the lip of the grass. It's gloved cap high by Snyder, who takes it to the base for the out. Kind of took a nasty hop off the cut of the grass, just from our vantage point to the left of that cutout. 3 unassisted, 1 out, and nobody on base. 2-1, top of the third. Blue Crabs out in front. Here's Delta Cleary Jr., the center fielder. He singled his first time up. 3 runners have been left on early here in the game for the Ducks, 2 of them in scoring position. Here's the windup from Thompson, and the pitch. Cleary looks it into the mitt. Called strike over the inner third. Nelson even with the bag at third base. Switch hitting Cleary Jr., batting left, slightly open stance. Here's the windup now in the 0-1. Up high with a breaking ball. He had a shirt on today at the batting cage, and I had a good laugh with him about it. It was yellow, and the letters were in black. It said, "Call my agent." Here's the pitch home. Swing and a hot shot back up the middle. That's into center field for a base hit. Cleary Jr. has had himself a very good series. Now 8 hits here in the series. He's 2 for 2 here today. Ducks with 5 hits overall. Delta from Jonesboro, Arkansas. Last year he began the season at the AA level with the Nationals of the Eastern League. He was released by the Nationals on April 22nd and signed by Long Island about a month later on the 14th of May. He is a solid number 3 hitter in this league. He's on first base. Here's Cody Puckett, a right-handed batter. 2-1, Blue Crabs, the pitch. Puckett swings and bounces it to short. Garcia moves to his right. He's got it. Sidearms to second one. Quick turn on to first is late. That throw from Sanchez. The stretch by Snyder, but Puckett legs it out. It is a fielder's choice, as Cleary Jr. erased off the base paths. And Dan Lyons will step in. The Crabs with that 2-1 lead. Each team with 5 hits apiece. Puckett over there at first base with just 1 stolen bag on the year. Lions leading the league with that .337 batting average coming in. 0 for 1 today. Righty on righty. Here's the pitch home. Breaking ball drops low. And it's 1 ball and no strikes. The wind now blowing out to right center field. It's blown out today to left center field, to center field, and now to right center, as evident by that flag, which is half-staffed on the flagpole beyond the ballpark wall in right center. Here's the pitch. Swinging a hot shot, pulled foul outside of third, and into the Blue Crabs bullpen down the left field side. 1 ball and 1 strike, 2 outs. Blue Crabs are looking to split the series here today. The Ducks on the other side are looking to win this series. The team that coming in has won 5 of their last 7 games. Outside target from Susini. Here's the pitch. Slider spins low and away. And now it's 2 balls and 1 strike. The count in the favor of Dan Lyons. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Lyons late on a fastball. Dan 5'10", 185 pounds. Last year posting career highs in average at .301, hits, home runs, RBI, slugging percentage, OPS, and total bases. And it all is kind of carried over here into 2016. as evident by that .337 batting average. Next offering in the dirt with the breaking ball, Susini the block as he keeps it in front. Bucket holds at first base. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bucket will have a head start. Blue Crabs up 2-1. On the Rede Rodriguez, go-ahead solo home run over the wall in left in the bottom of the second. Anthony Vega got the scoring started today for the Ducks. A solo home run over the wall in left center field on the first pitch that he saw at 2:11 Eastern Time. Bucket breaks for second, 3-2. Swung on, popped him up. Shallow right. Should be an easy play for Sanchez, backpedaling from second, staring into the baby blue sky on the outfield grass. He makes a one-hand, relatively acrobatic catch. And the inning is over. Sanchez backpedaling about 20 feet on the outfield grass. He almost lost his footing. That'll do it for the Ducks. No runs, a hit, and 1 man left. 2.5 in the books. Southern Maryland 2, Long Island 1. This is the Legal ID Shield, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Blue Crabs fans, is your brand, business, or organization looking to increase exposure and gain new and diverse consumers in this Southern Maryland market? Look no further than the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and Regency Furniture Stadium. Our business partners are afforded unparalleled access to our consumer base of fans from attractive and potentially lucrative demographics with disposable income. Call today at 301-374-1133 for more information or to set up a consultation.
Of land out in the countryside, lay back and smell the sun, warm up the Georgia pie. It's so good to be taking it easy. Why would I ever leave? 'Cause I know I got some good friends that live down the street. Got a good...
This is Justin Berg. Thanks for listening to Blue Crabs Baseball. Now back to the game.
Snyder takes a practice cut outside the right-handed batter's box. He climbs in. 2-1. Blue Crabs out in front. Bottom 3. First offering low and away. A slider from the right-hander, Bruce Kern. And it's 1 ball and no strikes. Snyder flew out to center his first time. Kern has surrendered 5 hits, walking 1 guy, striking out 2. Blue Crabs have scored 1 run in each of the last 2 innings. Here's the pitch. Inside with a breaking ball. As Snyder turns away. 2 balls, no strikes is the count. Snyder homering the other night in that 6-2 loss in garbage time. Kern still trying to settle in. The windup in the pitch. Fastball beaten into the ground, foul. And now it's 2 balls and 1 strike, and a good cut right there from Michael Snyder on a 2-0 pitch. Kern has thrown 26 strikes and 14 balls. 40 pitches in total. Marte on deck. Kern glove in front of the chest. Wind blows out to left center. Here's the pitch home. Slider in for a strike. Good pitch over the outside corner. And now the count levels to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Blue Crabs looking to split the series here today. Kern into the windup. 2-2. Low and away with a fastball. Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. The struggles against the Ducks this year for the Blue Crabs, it's been well documented. They're 3-10 against Long Island. They've been outscored 79-41. Additionally, since June 7th of last year, they've outscored the Ducks have the Blue Crabs 177-118. 3-2. Up high with a breaking ball. And a good at bat by Michael Snyder. 6th pitch at bat. Snyder earning himself a walk. Second one issued today by Bruce Kern. Here is Alfredo Marte. Blue Crabs fans, Regency Furniture Stadium offers affordable catered luxury suites, 2-hour all-you-can-eat picnic area packages, and Legends Club events. For more information, contact the group sales department at 301-638-9788 or log on to somdbluecrabs.com. The pitch. Marte takes a fastball outside. Alfredo, the DH, drove in his first RBI as a Blue Crab with a single to right field. That scored Darby Myers. Blue Crabs broke the tie in the bottom of the second on the Rede Rodriguez solo home run to left. 1-0 pitch. Swinging a ground ball, deep short. Lyons moves to his right, backhand pick, double clutches, throws to second, and the out recorded right there. Snyder late, tried to slide in feet first safely. Puck at the second baseman there covering. Pretty good play by Dan Lyons, moving to his right. He did double clutch, but he threw off balance across his body to record the out. Snyder raced off the base paths. 1-on-1 out. Here is Norberto Susini. 2-1. Southern Maryland out in front as we play on a gorgeous afternoon here at the ballpark. Bottom of the third inning. Baby blue sky up above. Wind blowing out to left center. Here's the pitch. Susini takes in the dirt. The block by Blank using the chest protector. As the runner at first base, Marte holds. 1 ball and no strikes. The switch-hitting Susini struck out swinging on a curveball. His first time up. Kern sets. The pitch. Swung on, lifted in the air along the left field line, relatively shallow. Vega gives chase as it slices foul and out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike. Kern drafted by the Rockies in the 23rd round of the 2010 draft. Kern spent 5 seasons in the Rockies organization. Last year with Long Island, 9-6, 3.51 ERA. Next offering. In for a strike over the inside corner. Susini pulled the hands in close to his chest, thinking that it was a ball. Now it's 1-2 with 1 out, 2-1 Blue Crabs, last of the third. Marte with that lead over at first base. He is held on by Mark Minicozy. The pitch. In tight, Susini turns away from that fastball. And now it's 2-2. On deck is Rede Rodriguez. Final game for the All-Star break. Blue Crabs back in action starting on Friday. Start of a 7-game road trip. 4 against Lancaster, 3 against York. Kern straightens up, pausing, kicks and fires. Swinging a line drive, wrapped down the right field side, peeling foul, and rolling towards the corner. So the count holds at 2-2, as Susini was ahead of a changeup. Blue Crabs 7-9 in day games this year. They finished the first half 26-43. They're 1-5 here in second half play. Kern off the third base edge. Marte the lead off first, not running. The pitch. Swinging a looper. Shallow left along the line. Vega giving chase. It falls down onto the grass in fair territory for a hit. Vega fields it on 1 bounce, and Marte stops at second. Susini 2 hits last night, and he's got himself a single here in the bottom of the third with the Blue Crabs up 2-1. Southern Maryland now with 6 hits in the game. Another threat. 2 on, 1 out. Rede Rodriguez, who homered over the wall in left, will climb in. And we've got a stoppage in play. Time is called for Marty Jansen, the pitching coach. Out to have a word here with Bruce Kern. Bruce, the right-hander, has thrown over 50 pitches up to this point. He has not been able to settle into this game. Thompson is starting to settle in. But neither pitcher has retired their respective opponents in order 1-2-3 today. Kern off the third base edge, first and second with 1 out. Here's the pitch. A little bit high. That slider misses. 1 ball and no strikes. Wind blowing out to left center field. The pool with the paddle boats today is very busy. It's a relatively hot day. Here's the pitch. In for a strike over the outer third. It is hot, but it's not humid, so meaning it's not really that sticky as it's been this past week. At times this week it has been so hot and so sticky. But there's a nice breeze today. It is hot. It's a summer day. Nice breeze, though. And the humidity is pretty low. The pitch. Rodriguez looks at a fastball high and away. 2 balls and 1 strike. First and second for Southern Maryland with 1 out. They're up 2-1 here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Marte at second base. Snyder started the rally with a walk. He was erased after that fielder's choice. Susini with the single. He is at first base. The pitch. Swinging a looper along the right field line. It's slicing foul and out of play into the seats. As Rodriguez got jammed on that fastball, the count levels. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Eric Garcia is waiting to hit next. Blue Crabs this year hitting .268 with runners in scoring position. Rodriguez is yet to record a hit or an RBI with runners in scoring position. This the 11th game for Rede. 2-2. Swing and a miss at a breaking ball. He swung right over. And he's down on strikes. That's the 3rd K of the day for Bruce Kern. A big strikeout at that. Now he's 1 out away from getting out of this 1st and 2nd jam. Here's Eric Garcia, the shortstop. Eric Garcia, left-handed batter. He grounded out to second base his first time up. Righty on lefty matchup. Marte with pretty good speed, still at second base. Susini at first. Outfielders shade towards left center fields. 2-1 Southern Maryland, bottom 3. Check of the runner. The pitch on the way. Inside and low, and that's ball 1. Delta Cleary Jr. shaded towards left center field gap. He is the center fielder now. He has some orange cleats on today, and they are shining bright. That sun and that brightness of the sun glaring off those cleats. The pitch. In for a strike over the inside corner. Fred Lewis is on the DL. Usually he wears that lime green stuff. And during the day it looks really good because it is really bright when the sun is out. That's the same thing with those orange cleats from Delta Cleary Jr. Here's the set position by Kern. Checks the runner. Now the pitch home. Garcia looks it over. Fastball down and in. And now it's 2 balls and 1 strike with 2 outs. Garcia 5 for 21 here on this homestand. He's only 1 for 11 though here in this series. Garcia knees bent, straightaway stance. Hands even with the back left shoulder. Here's the pitch. Swung on, bounced foul, back to the screen on 2 hops. Count even at 2-2. In total, Kern has thrown 60 pitches. On deck is Angel Sanchez, if the inning were to continue. Kern with a high set, checks the runner. Here's the pitch home. Up high with a breaking ball. Now it's 3-2. Runners will have a head start with 2 outs. 2-1 Blue Crabs, last of the 3rd. Garcia registered a 9-game hitting streak from May 18th to the 27th. Hit .464 with 9 RBIs during that span. That was his best stretch offensively of the year. Runners go, 3-2. Swung on, bounced weakly foul up the first base side. And the count holds at 3-2. Kern from Stony Brook, New York. Played his college baseball at St. John's University. Kern coming set, 3-2, 2 outs, runners go. The pitch, swing and a line drive into right field, a base hit. Marte being waved home. He will score. The throw going to third on a bounce. The tag applied to Susini. He is out at third. The run does score. Blue Crabs have a 3-1 lead, and the side is retired. An RBI single for Eric Garcia, RBI number 19. A run on 2 hits for the Blue Crabs, and 1 man left on. At the end of 3 innings of play, Southern Maryland 3 and Long Island 1. This is the Legal ID Shield, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Since 2013, over 1 billion records have been compromised right here in our great nation. ID Shield's comprehensive identity protection service monitors for all signs of criminal activity and gives you all the resources you need to keep your identity secure from fraud. for just $9.95 per month. ID Shield provides unlimited consultation, complete monitoring, and a $5 million service guarantee. For more information, contact Marcellus and Jeanette Bower at 571-337-3588 or log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/BowerMJ.
This is Scott Snodgrass, and you're listening to the Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Moving on to the top of the fourth inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Blue Crabs with a 3-1 lead over the Long Island Ducks here in the finale of this 4-game series today. Mark Minicozy will start things, followed by Mike Dowd and Mike Blank. Minicozy, right-handed batter, he singled his first time. Blue Crabs with 7 hits, and they've scored a run in each of the last 3 innings. Ducks with a run on 5 hits off Darryl Thompson. Anthony Vega responsible for that run on the first pitch that he saw at 2:11 Eastern time today. Ripped it over the wall in left center field. Thompson, the right-hander, into the wind. Here's the pitch. A little bit high with a fastball. 1 ball and no strikes. Thompson, Southern Maryland's opening night starter this year. 2 strikeouts recorded. He has not surrendered any walks. Here's the windup and the 1-0. Downstairs with a changeup. 2 balls, no strikes. In fact, Thompson has surrendered just 3 walks and has struck out now 32 hitters in his last 7.5 starts. That includes today. Here's the pitch home. Down low. Now, at the beginning of the year, that's where he struggled. In fact, in the month of April, he walked 3 guys, struck out 2 hitters. In May, he walked 9 guys and only struck out 8. 3-0 pitch. And there's a strike over the outside corner. Darryl has thrown in 85 games in his Atlantic League career. He's from La Plata, Maryland, about 10 minutes down the road. 3-1 pitch home. Swung on, fouled straight back into the screen. Full count now 3-2 as he tries to get back into this count. Mike Dowd is on deck. Blue Crabs up 3-1 as they added a run in that bottom of the 3rd. That run, by the way, did score. I did get confirmation. It did score on that Eric Garcia RBI single. Susini thrown out at 3rd by Lentini, but Marte scored touching the plate before that. 3-2 pitch. Fouled back into the screen. Big cut right there by Minicozy as he stays alive at 3-2. Farrell turns, kicks the 0-2. Low and away, I should say 3-2, and that's ball 4. First walk issued by Thompson here this afternoon. And now Mike Dowd will come to the plate. He flew out to left his first time. 3-1. Blue Crabs are out in front here in the top of the 4th inning. Thompson 4-3 in his career against Long Island, a 3.62 ERA. Has pitched in just 1 game this year, though, against Long Island. That was out of the pen back on the 14th of May. 3 innings, 3 earned runs, 3 hits allowed. The pitch to Dowd. Low and away, ball 1. And that was the time where Thompson had a small back injury, and he was still trying to recover from that, so he came out of the bullpen once this year. Returned to the starting rotation on the 22nd against Lancaster. Swinging a fly ball along the right field line on the next offering. Giving chase to it is the right fielder Darby Myers. And Darby makes a one-hand grab right near the chalk.
Next up, number 21, Mike Blank.
Dowd is out. Here's Mike Blank now. He struck out swinging his first time. 3-1 Blue Crabs. We are in the top of the 4th inning. Black, the catcher, right-handed batter. Minicozy with that leadoff walk. He is still at first base. Thompson bending at the waist. Straightens up, coming set. The pitch on the way. Swung on, popped him up. Mile high in the air, shallow center. Richardson coming in on it with an easy play. Puts the squeeze on it. 2 outs. Here's Wessinger now. 3-1 Blue Crabs. Wessinger, the number 9 hitter, he doubled his first time up. Thompson with that leadoff walk issued to Minicozy, who's still at first base. He's held on by Snyder. Thompson with 40 strikes thrown, 14 balls, pitch count of 54. First offering. In for a strike with a fastball. You know, it's interesting, too, with Thompson. He looks like he's settled in here, but he's yet to record a 1-2-3 inning this afternoon. There are times this year where, and one game that comes to mind was when he threw 7 innings against Somerset on the second. He allowed just 1 hit. He'll retire like 10 to 13 straight. Here's a chopper towards third. It's fair. Gloved by Nelson, straddling the line. Fires high to first over the head of Snyder. It bounces off the sidewall. Minicozy into third base. And into second base goes Wessinger. An error by Bryant Nelson committed. He's made a couple of nice plays over there at third base here in this series. But that's his 5th error committed of the season. And he did everything. It just was too high. Uncorked it out of his right hand too high. He straddled the line when he gloved it. Set his feet. It was just an inaccurate throw. Top of the order here is Anthony Vega. Second and third. Vega 1 for 2. He homered over the wall in left center. Now he's back on the first pitch of the game. Here's the pitch. In for a strike with a breaking ball. He struck out looking back in the second. 1 of 2 strikeouts for Thompson. Nelson even with the bag at third. Tying run at second base. 3-1 Blue Crabs as we play here in the top of the 4th. Here's the set. The pitch on the way. Swinging a foul up the left field side. Peeling out of play. And it's 0-2. Thompson sets. 0-2 pitch. Swinging a looper, left side of the infield. Nelson charging, goes under his glove. Garcia bare hands. Minicozy scores from third, and everybody is safe. Well, how about that? Went right underneath the glove of Nelson, who tried to pick it on the short hop and then throw off balance to first base. So it went under his glove, and Garcia came in from short barehanded, had no play. Runners at the corners once again here for Long Island. They had a couple of threats earlier in the game, and in fact, they've left 4 runners on here today, and 2 of them in scoring position. 3-2 Blue Crabs. That'll be a hit for Anthony Vega, and his 2nd RBI of the day. 33rd of the season. Bernat Lentini the batter. Now the pitch. Fastball darts inside, backing Lentini off the plate. And I just got confirmation that it is a hit for Anthony Vega, his 6th of the year. And again, RBI number 33 on the season, his 2nd of the day, 1st and 3rd. This rally all started by the Minicozy walk. Pitch home. Bounce weakly foul third base side. By the way, that run scoring is not an earned run because the error was committed by Bryant Nelson. That would have been the 3rd out of the inning. So that error kind of proves to loom large here. They're at the corners with 2 outs. 3-2 Blue Crabs. Top of the 4th inning. The runner at third base, Wessinger, his lead in foul territory. Vega with the lead at first base. A threat to run. He has 16 stolen bases this year in 21 attempts. Wind blows out to left center field as Thompson comes set with an outside target. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul back to the screen as Lentini chased a breaking ball. A little bit upset with himself as he gathers outside the right-handed batter's box. 1-2 with 2 outs. Lentini's 0 for 2 here today. Thompson sets. Vega breaks for second. The pitch is swung on, lifted in the air. Deep left center field trouble. Richardson striding back into the alleyway. It's over his head, and it is gone over the wall. Velant Lentini, a 3-run home run. And it is now a 5-3 Ducks lead. Velant Lentini with a solo home run, his 5th of the year. RBIs number 39, 40, and 41. So, wow, does that error prove to be huge for Southern Maryland? Velant Lentini with the 3-run shot. Now it's Delta Cleary Jr. That's 7 hits now, by the way, for the Ducks. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul out of play left side. Lentini is a guy who appears to love hitting against Southern Maryland. Here's the next offering. Popped foul out of play left side. And now it is 0-2 to the switch-hitting Cleary Jr. batting from the left side. This year, Lentini is hitting .327 against the Blue Crabs coming into the game. The pitch home. Swinging a foul out of play on the third base side. Cleary Jr. 2 for 2 with a pair of singles today. And again, that error by Nelson at third is huge because that would have been the third out of the inning. The pitch. Inside at the knees, backing Cleary Jr. off the plate. Now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. That kept the inning alive. Vega singled to score a run, and then Lentini, that 3-run shot. Here's the pitch. Swinging a ball served foul left side out of play. So a good at bat here by Delta Cleary Jr., who's got a pair of singles. It'll be the 6th pitch of the at bat coming. Nelson deep at third. Thompson has thrown 67 pitches. 0-2 home. Swinging a ground ball back towards the middle. That sneaks through into center. A base hit. So Cleary Jr. 3 for 3 with 3 singles. All of the singles today sharply hit. 3 straight hits by the Ducks. They've got 8 in the game. Here is Cody Puckett. Nobody loosening down the left field line in the bullpen. Jeremy Owens is at the dugout on the third base side. He will talk things over with his veteran pitcher. The Ducks, meanwhile, have sent 7 men to the plate. Cody Puckett will be the 8th hitter to come to the plate here in the inning. He is 0 for 2 here in the game. Nearly 10 million Americans have their identities stolen each year. ID Shield prevents you from becoming just another statistic. For more information, contact Marcellus and Jeanette Boulware at 571-337-3588 or log on to LegalShieldAssociate.com/BoulwareMJ. Bucket, the number 4 hitter, 0 for 2. Thompson bending at the waist off the third base edge. Cleary Jr. the lead off first. Here's the pitch. Downstairs. 5-3 Long Island. We're in the top of the 4th. They've scored 4 runs. They're in this 4th inning alone. The pitch on the way. Tad outside with a fastball. Now it's 2-0. So Long Island with 8 hits, out hitting the Blue Crabs 8-7. Thompson struggling to get through this 4th inning, kind of reminiscent of that of the 6th inning in his last start against the Patriots. Pitch home. Swinging a line drive, left center field. That's down, a base hit. Stopping at second base, Cleary Jr. as Rodriguez fields it cleanly. 4 straight hits now for the Ducks, and they're sending their 9th man to the plate. To bat here in the top of the 4th, that's Dan Lyons. He's hitless in 2 at-bats. And now the bullpen is getting active. Orlando Santos down the left field side is getting loose. 5-3 Ducks. Long Island with 9 hits. Lyons climbs in right side. He's the shortstop, the league's leading hitter coming into the game at .337. Sanchez is shaded towards the middle. Here's the pitch. In for a strike with a breaking ball. 4 runs in for the Ducks, 5-3 lead, top of the 4th inning. Thompson, like Kern, really has never settled in here today, though. It has really been a struggle for him. The pitch. Swung on, lifted in the air, pretty well to left field. Rodriguez ranging back, though, with room, squaring up, makes a one-hand catch out on the outer rim of the warning track. The Ducks sending 9 men to the plate here in the inning as they score 4 runs on 4 hits, the 3-run home run by Phelan Lentini. We head to the bottom of the 4th inning. It is Long Island 5, Southern Maryland 3. This is the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Legal issues can mean trouble for anyone, no matter how much money you have. Legal Shield can help with a range of legal services. Legal Shield believes in educating and serving their members to improve their lives. Legal Shield partners with providing law firms across the United States and 4 provinces in Canada to help you with any issue you can think of. For more information, contact Marcellus and Jeanette Boweir at 571-337-3588 or log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/Boweir MJ.
This is Cody Eppley, and you're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Angel Sanchez leads off. First offering. In for a strike. Over the inner third of the plate. Ducks with a 5-3 lead here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Sanchez, Richardson, Myers due up. The windup from Kern and the pitch. Outside and low with a 12-6 curveball. Sanchez flew out to center his first time. Blue Crabs being out hit in the game 9-7. Ducks putting up a 4 spot in the top of the 4th. Here's the windup in the pitch. Fastball, looped foul, out of play right side. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Yeah, the Ducks sending 9 men to the plate. And the inning was kept alive on that error committed by Bryant Nelson. The pitch, inside and low. The shame of it all is that Weschinger would have been the 3rd out if Nelson didn't make that throwing error. But what followed was 4 straight hits and a 3-run home run from Lentini. Bruce Kern working in the middle of the rubber. Here's the windup and the pitch home. In tight with the breaking ball, and Sanchez backpedals out of the right-handed batter's box. Full count, 3-2. Kern has thrown 68 pitches, winds and fires. Swung on, topped right in front of the mound, left side. Kern onto the grass, collects the high hop, and zips it to first. Sanchez is out. Top of the order here is Antoine Richardson.
Next up, number 9, Antoine Richardson.
5-3 Long Island here in the bottom of the 4th. Richardson struck out swinging back in the 1st, and he walked in the 2nd. There was bullpen activity. Orlando Santos loosening down the left field line. In the Southern Maryland pen, he has sat down. He may be coming in next inning. Richardson, switch hitter, batting left. The pitch. Looks it into the mitt. Called strike. A fastball on the inner half of the plate. Kern, the righty, turns, kicks, and fires. Down and in. A fastball. One thing I've noticed with Richardson, he always looks the pitch into the catcher's mitt. Pete Rose style, if you will. Likes to see the baseball all the way. The pitch home. Swung on. Looped foul, out of play left side. Now it's a ball and 2 strikes. Kern signed this year by Long Island on April 11th. Looking for strikeout number 4, delivers. Swing and a miss on a breaking ball down and in. Richardson down on strikes for the second time here today. That's 4 strikeouts for Bruce Kern. 5-3 Ducks. 2 outs, nobody on here in the bottom of the 4th. Myers 2 for 2 with a pair of singles and a run scored. Righty on righty, the pitch. Outside with a fastball that runs off the corner. Now Kern was signed by the Royals in the offseason to a minor league deal on January 22nd, but was released on March 30th. Here's the pitch. Outside. And now it's 2 balls and no strikes. So after he was released, he was picked up by Long Island. And I think it's worked out well so far. His ERA coming in at 1.99. 2-0 pitch. Low and away, 3-0. Obviously that ERA will rise today. He has allowed 3 runs. All 3 of those runs earned. 5-3 Ducks, last of the 4th. 3-0 pitch to Myers. Darby takes outside, 4-pitch walk. And that's the 3rd one issued today by Bruce Kern, who asks home plate umpire where that pitch was. John Grasso, the home plate umpire. Now Bryant Nelson will come to the plate. Nelson, switch hitter, batting from the left side. 1 for 2, a single back in the first. Kern coming set. Now the pitch home. Swung on, popped him up. Right side of the infield. As the second baseman Puckett backpedaling 10 feet onto the outfield grass. Cody makes a 2-hand catch. And the inning is over. No runs, no hits, a walk, 1 man left at the end of 4 innings of play. It is Long Island 5 and Southern Maryland 3. You're listening to the Legal ID Shield, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network. Blue Crabs fans, great seats are still available. Group tickets start as low as $10 per person. We also offer very affordable luxury suites and picnic area packages. For more information, log on to somdbluecrabs.com or call 301-638-9788.
If you can't make it to the park, you can listen to every Blue Crabs home game
on the Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
This is Jeremy Owens, manager of the Blue Crabs. Thanks for listening to Blue Crab Baseball. Now back to the game.
Mark Menikazi will lead things off. Top of the 5th inning. Here's the windup and the pitch from Thompson. Breaking ball. Drops in. Called strike over the outside corner. Menikazi with a single back in the 2nd. And he walked and scored a run. Getting that rally started in the 4th. 5-3 Ducks. Here's the pitch. Up and away. Santos continues to loosen down left field line in the bullpen for the Blue Crabs. 4 runs scored by Long Island in the top of the 4th on 4 hits and a big Blue Crabs error. Swinging a fly ball in the next offering, lifted in the air to medium depth right. Myers scampers back to the spot, and Darby makes the catch. 1 out for Mike Dowd. Carlot Lentini with a 3-run home run over the wall in left center field. 2 home runs today for the Ducks offense. That was back in the top of the 4th inning. Vega with the other home run in the top of the 1st inning on the first pitch that he saw today. Dowd the DH 0 for 2. Thompson into the wind. Here's the pitch. In the dirt. Thompson with 57 strikes thrown, 20 balls, a pitch count of 77. Now he kicks and delivers. Outside and low. Two balls, no strikes. The windup and the pitch. Fastball, fisted foul out of play right side. Dowd, the designated hitter, came into the game hitting .519 in his last 10 games. 12th round pick by the Mariners in 2011 out of Franklin Pierce College, where he hit .341 in 3 years at the collegiate level. He was also an All-American at Franklin Pierce College, a fine Division II institution. Here's the pitch. Swinging a soft liner into right. That'll drop down in front of Myers for a hit. Darby plays it on 2 bounces. And Dowd on base for the first time here today. He's 1 for 3 with a single. Hit number 10 for Long Island off Thompson. Ducks up 5-3 as we play here in the top of the 5th inning. As Mike Blank, 0 for 2, will come to the plate. You know, last night Dowd went 3 for 4 as well. And again, he's a guy who is now 1 for 3 today. Hitting over 500 in his last 10. Over 400 in his last 5 games. Here's a strike over the outside to Mike Blank, right-handed hitting catcher, who struck out swinging back in the 2nd and flew out to center in the 4th. Open stance, knees bent. Here's the pitch. Swinging a drive, deep to left field. That's a no-doubter. It's on its way. That ball is gone into the picnic area. A shot off the bat of Mike Blank, a 2-run home run. And it is now 7-3, Long Island. The offense has woken up from yesterday, where the Ducks left 9 runners on and 6 of them in scoring position. Here comes Jeremy Owens. This will do it for Darrell Thompson, as Orlando Santos will come out of the bullpen. That's the 3rd home run of the day hit by the Ducks offense. A 2-run shot off the bat. Mike Blank. RBIs number 28 and 29. Home run number 6 on the season. 1 out, nobody on. Thompson is finished. 7-3 Ducks. We are in the top half of the 5th inning. A pitching change. Santos coming in. This is the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Hey, Blue Crabs fans, join us at the ballpark on August 7th as your Southern Maryland Blue Crabs take on the York Revolution. It's Chick-fil-A Backfin Buddies Day number 7, Babies in Baseball, as well as pregame autograph sessions, kids play in Pinch's Playground for free, and postgame kids run the bases. After about a week off, the Blue Crabs come back to town on August 15th against the Bridgeport Bluefish for Bark in the Park presented by Perfect Pet Resort, as well as Dollar Hot Dog Night. And then on August 16th, it's Hearing Professional Silver Sluggers Day number 8, Shirt Off Your Back Clothing Drive, Thankful Tuesday, as well as free popcorn presented by RST Theaters Lexington Exchange for the first 500 fans. For more information, call 301-638-9788 or visit www.somdbluecrabs.com.
Orlando Santos, the new pitcher, top of the 5th. 1 out, nobody on. 7-3, Long Island. And the batter is Matt Wessinger. Santos off the first base edge, kicks and delivers. Outside and high for ball one. Santos, the worst ERA on this pitching staff at 6.47, 1-4. His 27th game, 23 2/3 innings pitched, 17 earned runs, 9 walks, 22 strikeouts. Opponent's hitting .344. Pitch on the way, a called strike. And it is 1-1 strike to Wessinger, who reached on that big error by Nelson. Back in the fourth, here's the pitch. Low and away. He later scored on that 3-run home run by Lentini. Wessinger with the double in the second inning. Here's the set from Santos and the pitch. Low and away. And now it's 3-1 strike. That 2-run home run by Blank chasing Thompson out of the game. Here's the pitch. Inside, ball 4. Thompson's final line here today, 4 1/3. 7 runs allowed, 5 of them earned. 11 hits, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts, 82 pitches thrown. He allowed 3 home runs in the game. Top of the order, 1 on 1 out. Here's Anthony Vega, 7-3 Ducks. Top of the 5th inning. And, you know, it's interesting with Thompson. Things really started to unravel when Nelson committed that error with 2 outs in the top of the 4th inning. The pitch. Vega swings and lifts it in the air, deep right center field. Myers going back into the alleyway, turns, looks, and it's off the base of the wall. On his way to third base and coming home is Wessinger. The relay throw cut off by Sanchez. Into third base standing goes Anthony Vega, who's had a big day here today. He is now a double shy of the cycle. RBI number 3 here on the afternoon. And it is now 8-3 Long Island's. And their offense, like I said, has really come alive here the last 2 innings. Anthony Vega, a solo home run in the first. A single, an RBI, and a run scored in the 4th. And now he has himself a triple, his 7th triple of the year. Ducks with 12 hits. Remember, they had 20 hits back on the 12th on a Sunday afternoon game here at Regency Furniture Stadium. They won that day 14-4. Lentini, the batter. Here's the pitch. Up high with a fastball. He's 1 for 3 with a 3-run home run, his 5th of the year, back in the 4th inning. .34 RBIs now in the year, by the way, for Vega. Lentini looks it over on the next offering. It's a strike at the knees. 1-1 is the count to Phelant, who now has 102 hits on the season to lead the Atlantic League. 8-3, here's the pitch. Outside with a fastball. Nobody loosening down the right field side for Long Island. So Bruce Kern sitting on the bench in the first base side dugout. He must be breathing a sigh of relief here because he has himself a nice lead. Swinging a foul out of play right side on the next offering. The count is leveled at 2-2. First and third with 1 out. 8-3 Ducks. Here's the set. Santos kicks and delivers. Beaten into the ground, foul at the plate. So Long Island has scored 7 unanswered runs. Here are the last 2 innings, 4 in the 4th and 3 here in the 5th. They sent 9 men to the plate off Thompson in the 4th. And they have scored 3 runs here in the 5th. A 2-run shot by Blank and an RBI triple by Vega. Still only 1 out. The pitch home. Swing and a line drive, sliced foul out of play right side. Santos from the belt, the pitch home. Outside with a fastball, 3-2. Delta Cleary Jr. is waiting to hit next. Lando Santos has not been himself in the first half and here into the second half as well. Again, a 6.47 ERA coming in, the highest on the Blue Crabs pitching staff. Next offering. Fouled back to the padded backstop. Santos 3 innings pitched here on this homestand, allowing 2 earned runs on 3 hits. His only win of the year was a victory against Sugarland back on the 7th of June. Good at bat here by Phelant Lentini. 3 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. It'll be the 9th pitch of the at bat here. 8-3 Ducks. Top of the 5th inning. Here's the pitch home. Bounced foul, third base side off the dugout fencing. The count holds at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Thompson threw 82 pitches in his outing. Santos has thrown 15 pitches. The 10th pitch of the at-bat coming. Santos coming set, belt high. Here's the kick, the 3-2. Swinging a foul back over the screen, out of play. Lentini keeps spoiling all these offerings from Orlando Santos. Bullpen quiet down the left field line for the Blue Crabs, down 8-3 here in the top of the 5th inning. Outfielders shade towards right center field. Wind blows out to center. The pitch on the way. Swung on, popped him up. Right side of the infield. Sanchez with an easy play on the back edge of the dirt. And he makes the catch. The second baseman putting it away. Back to third base goes Vega. And Delta Cleary Jr., who's 3 for 3 here today with 3 singles, will climb in. Switch hitter. Will bat from the left side. He was in the cage earlier today, getting some work in. He's got those orange cleats, the orange batting gloves matching the colors of the Ducks. 8-3 Long Island, top of the 5th. Long Island out hitting Southern Maryland 12-7. Outfielders now shade towards left center. The pitch. And a strike in at the knees. Long Island looking for the series win here today. 43 wins, 32 losses. Clinching the first half in the Liberty Division. 3-2 here in second half play. Cleary Jr. with those 3 singles, 3 for 3, looking for his first RBI of the day. The Ducks with 3 home runs hit off Blue Crab starter Darrell Thompson. Here's the pitch. Low and away. And now it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Santos from the belt. Pitch on the way. Check swing in the dirt. Squirts by Susini, who picks it up on the grass. No advancement from the runner at third base, Vega, who has great speed. 2 balls and 1 strike is the count. Santos coming in for Thompson with 1 out here in the inning. And Orlando has already thrown 19 pitches. From the belt, now the pitch. Swing and a ball slashed foul, left side out of play. Two balls, 2 strikes is the count with 2 outs. Vega over at third base. Nelson plays well off the line. Wind is really picking up now, blowing out to straightaway center field, 7 miles an hour. Here's a ground ball back through the middle into center field, a base hit. Vega scores from third, touching the plate. Delta Cleary Jr., 4 for 4 here today with 4 singles. RBI number 17. And the Ducks now have a 9-3 lead. They've scored 8 unanswered runs the last 2 innings. Here is Cody Puckett now. That's 13 hits for Long Island. As of now, the Ducks have broken this thing open. Inside on the first offering to Puckett. Right-handed batting second baseman, 1 for 3 with a single back in the 4th. Remember, they sent 9 men to the plate, the Ducks did in the 4th. And they've sent now 8 men to the plate in Puckett here this inning. Here's the pitch. Outside and low. Now it's 2 balls and no strikes. Next offering is swung on and popped up around the home plate area. Susini giving way to Snyder coming in from first. And Michael makes the catch right in front of the mound. Susini couldn't find it. And that'll do it for the Ducks. They score 4 more runs, though. The 2-run home run by Blank. And the RBIs by Vega and Cleary Jr. 4 runs, 4 hits, 1 walk, and 1 man left on. Heading to the bottom half of the 5th inning, it is Long Island 9 and Southern Maryland 3. This is the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Hey Blue Crab fans, come out to Regency Furniture Stadium on July 2nd when the Blue Crabs take on the Long Island Ducks for Southern Maryland Library Night, presented by Southern Maryland Regional Library Association.
That same night, calling all wrestling fans, come down to meet Mickey James on Wrestler Night.
Come support the Blue Crabs and join us for the Paint the Park Night and our jersey auction on July 23rd, presented by University of Maryland Charles Regional Medical Center. Be sure to stay for our fireworks extravaganza show following directly after the last out of the game, presented by Sonic.
If you like wine and like to paint, you will love Art at the Park, featuring wine and design. Also on July 24th, it's our 6th Backbend Buddies Day, presented by Chick-fil-A. Kids play free in Pitch's Playground and can run the bases post-game. For tickets and more information, log on to somdbluecrabs.com or call 301-638-9788. Michael Snyder will start things here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Blue Crabs have some work to do, down 9-3 here this afternoon to the Ducks. Righty-on-righty matchup. Bruce Kern is sitting pretty right now on the mound. He's allowed 3 runs on 7 hits. He's got a nice lead. The right-hander takes a breath. He turns, kicks, and fires. Snyder swings and lines one deep to left. Vega going back. He looks up, and it's off the mini monster. Snyder, big turnaround first. Good throw by Vega into second on a line. Snyder retreats back to the bag. Michael walked back in the 3rd, flew out to center in the 1st, and he's got himself a leadoff single. A long and loud leadoff single as it banged right off the mini monster. That's 8 hits now for Southern Maryland, and Alfredo Marte will come to the plate, the DH. The Crabs down 9-3. They've got more bullpen activity down the left field line. The left-hander Robert Carson loosening. Here's the pitch. Marte swings and chops it foul, third base side. Right off the dugout fencing. And it's 0-1. Marte with an RBI single back in the 1st inning. He grounded into a fielder's choice and scored a run in the 3rd. Snyder is lead off of 1st, held on by Minicozy. Kern coming set. Here's the pitch. In the dirt with a breaking ball, blank the block as he smothers it between his legs. You know, we talked about it with Darryl Thompson, the Blue Crabs starter today through 82 pitches. He never really got into any sort of rhythm. And Kern has settled down a little bit here, but he has yet to retire the Blue Crabs in order. 1, 2, 3. He has thrown 80 pitches as he deals home. Tipped foul at the plate, and it's 1-2. So neither guy today has really had their best stuff. But Kern right now, because of the offense from the Ducks, 3 home runs today. He's got the 9-3 lead, and he is in line for the win if he completes this inning. Blue Crabs came in looking to split the series. 1-2 pitch. Check swing on a breaking ball. The appeal, no swing. According to Chris Engstrad, the first base umpire. 2-2. Nobody out. Snyder with that leadoff single. He's at 1st. 9-3 Ducks. The outfielders shading a smidge towards right center. The wind blows out to right center field. Inside target, the pitch. Swing and a miss on a high fastball. 5 strikeouts for Bruce Kern in the game, and there's 1 gone. Zucchini will now come to the plate.
Next up, number 1,
Roberto struck out swinging back in the 1st. He singled in the 3rd. 9-3 Ducks. We're in the bottom of the 5th. Remember, the Blue Crabs will have obviously off like everybody else this week for the All-Star break, and then they will play 4 against Lancaster on the road, and then 3 in York, a 7-game road trip to start the next half, if you will. First offering is low with a fastball. It's 1-0. The second half has already started, but I guess after the All-Star break start, if you will, 7-game road trip. Then return home to face the Ducks for 3, the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th of this month. Here's a cue shot dribbler foul towards the on-deck circle on the third base side. It's a ball and a strike to the switch-hitting Susini, batting from the left side, 9-3 Long Island. Beautiful baby blue sky up above. Very nice day here at the ballpark today. Pretty good crowd on hand as well. Kern bending at the waist, coming set. Snyder with the small lead off first. The pitch. Swing and a miss on a changeup. Kern pulled the string right there on Susini as it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the set position. Now the pitch. Swinging a soft liner back towards the middle. Gloved on one bounce by Lyons. Flips to second one. Off balance throw to first by Puckett is in time across his body. Lyons fielding it on one bounce directly behind second, moving to his left. Flipped it to Puckett, who caught it, came across the bag, falling away from first. Threw it across his body. A little bit of a low throw picked out by Minicozy on the back end. That'll do it for the Blue Crabs. No runs, a hit, no errors, and nobody left on. At the end of 5 innings of play, Long Island 9 and Southern Maryland 3. You're listening to the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
ID Shield is the best way to protect your identity. If you become a victim of identity theft, ID Shield spends up to $5 million to do everything that it can to restore your identity. ID Shield is dedicated to your safety. Their identity specialists are focused on protecting you. They provide you with the services that walk you through all the steps to protect yourself. ID Shield monitors all of your personal information from social security numbers, credit cards, and bank accounts. ID Shield monitors everything from your passport, email, phone numbers, driver's license information, and much more. ID Shield is the only company that is partnered with Kroll, the worldwide leader in theft investigative services. ID Shield partner with Kroll protects the identities of more than 1 million people in 50 states and 4 Canadian provinces. For more information, call 571-337-3588 or log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/BowareMJ.
This is Jeremy Owens, manager of the Blue Crabs. Thanks for listening to Blue Crab Baseball. Now back to the game.
Robert Carson is the new pitcher for the Blue Crabs, heading to the top half of the 6th inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Carson on the year is 0-2, a 6.89 ERA. 16 games, 15 2/3 innings pitched, 12 earned runs, 9 walks, 16 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .322. 9-3 Ducks, top of the 6th inning. And for Long Island, it'll be Dan Lyons, Mark Minicozy, and Mike Dowd. So Carson, the third pitcher of the afternoon, on in relief for Orlando Santos, who went 2/3 of an inning, 2 earned runs, 2 hits, 1 walk. Carson finishing up his warm-up tosses. Southern Maryland being out-hit 13-8. Ducks looking to leave Waldorf, having won 3 of 4 games. Yesterday, the Blue Crabs winning and breaking their 8-game losing streak. They do come in having lost 8 of their last 9. And in danger of dropping their 9th game in their last 10 heading into the All-Star break. Lyons is 0 for 3, a rare 0 for 3 for the league's leading hitter. Here's the pitch. Strike called over the outside corner as Dan looks it over, a fastball. Lyons 5'10", 185 pounds. He's from Rochester, Minnesota. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Late on a fastball. He spent 5 seasons in the Nationals organization. He was a 14th round pick by the Nationals in the 07 draft. Carson sets from the belt. The kick and the pitch. Outside. A fastball missing. 9-3 Long Island. Top of the 6th inning. Carson sets. Now the pitch. Swung on, looped in the air. Shallow left center field. Rodriguez ranging over to his left. He gives way to the center fielder Richardson, who makes a one-hand catch in stride in the gap.
Next up, number 26.
One out, nobody on. And Mark Minicozzi will come to the plate, the first baseman. He singled back in the 2nd, walked and scored a run in the 4th, and flew out to right in the 5th. 4 runs scored in the 4th and the 5th innings today for the Ducks, who sent 9 men to the plate in the 4th and 8 men to the plate in the 5th. Here's the pitch. Strike over the outside corner, a fastball. Minicozzi bats from the right side. A home run here in the series. 2 home runs in total in his short stint with Long Island. The 1 pitch in the dirt. 1 ball and 1 strike is the count. Carson started the year with Bridgeport. Went 0-2 with the Bluefish. 3.65 ERA. He has worked out of the bullpen for Southern Maryland, strictly out of the bullpen in his time here in Waldorf. Here's the pitch. Fastball lined sharply foul down the first base side and into the seats. Now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. 9-3 Long Island, top of the 6th inning. Relatively slow-moving game here today. Carson from the belt. The pitch on the way. A little bit high with a fastball. Now the count levels to 2 balls and 2 strikes. On the out-of-town scoreboard in the Atlantic League, bottom of the 9th inning at New Britain Stadium, the Bluefish with a 5-1 lead over the Bees. Pitch on the way. Fouled back to the padded backstop. Elsewhere around the Atlantic League, a 5:05 start at TD Bank Ballpark, the Lancaster Barnstormers and the Somerset Patriots. 6:05 start at Constellation Field, the York Revolution and the Sugar Land Skeeters. Carson from the belt, inside target. Here comes a 2-2. Swinging a ball fisted in the air, down the right field side, slicing foul outside the chalk and up against the sidewall. So the count holds at 2-2, and a good at bat here by Mark Minicozzi, right-handed hitter. It'll be the 7th pitch of the at-bat coming. Outfielder shade towards right center field. 2-2 on the way. Swing and a miss on a slider. Good pitch on the inner half. Minicozzi down on strikes. Just the 3rd strikeout for Southern Maryland pitching here today. And with 2 outs, the base is empty. Here's Mike Dowd.
Congratulations, Sweet 15. You're the winner of the Pro 13 Advertiser.
3 with a single and a run scored in the 5th. And Carson, by the way, is looking for the first 1-2-3 inning, which would be recorded by Southern Maryland pitching here today. First offering. Dowd takes high with a fastball. And it's 1-0. I mentioned Dowd in his fine college career where he was an All-American at Franklin Pierce College. You know, in college he struck out just 10 times in 202 at-bats his junior year. Here's a swing and a miss. A high fastball. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. He played in the Cape Cod League while in college. During the same summer, his older brother was an intern in the league as game day operations. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Good fastball in the outer half. And Carson is locked in here on the mound. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Mike Dowd, a guy who can really hit. He came into the game, .315 batting average. He's 1 for 3 today. Takes his time getting back into the right-handed batter's box, a straightaway stance. Hands even with the back right shoulder. Carson kicks and delivers. Swing and a miss on a high fastball. Back-to-back strikeouts for Carson. And for the first time today, the Ducks set down in order. 1-2-3. Heading to the last of the 6th inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. It is Long Island 9, Southern Maryland 3 on the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network. Blue Crabs fans, come out to the ballpark August 2nd against Lancaster. It's Hearing Professionals, Silver Sluggers, night number 7. Free popcorn Tuesdays, presented by RC Theaters Lexington Exchange for the first 500 fans. On August 3rd, 11:05 special start time, it's Camp and Recreation Day. And on August 4th against the Barnstormers, it's National Night Out Celebration and Foster's Grill, Wings, and Beer Night. For more information, log on to somdbluecrabs.com or call 301-638-9788. Bruce Kern finishing up the warm-up tosses. Bottom of the 6th inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Rede Rodriguez will lead things off. 9-3. Long Island out in front. Bottom 3 in the order, Rodriguez, Garcia, and Sanchez due up for the Blue Crabs. Say, fans, don't forget to join us at the ballpark on July 23rd, right after the All-Star break, as the Blue Crabs take on the Long Island Ducks. It's Paint the Park Pink Night, presented by the University of Maryland Charles Regional Medical Center, along with a fireworks extravaganza presented by Sonic. For tickets and information, log on to somdbluecrabs.com or call 301-638-9788. So Rodriguez 1 out of 2 today. He ripped a solo home run over the wall in left back in the second. His first home run as a Blue Crab. Here's the pitch. Strike over the outside corner. Rodriguez, right-handed batter, quickly back in there. 89 pitches thrown by Kern. This may be his last inning. Next offering. Slider low and away. Though nobody's loosening down the right field line in the bullpen for the Ducks, so I guess we'll have to just wait and see. Bruce into the wide. Here's the pitch. A little bit low. Bottom of the 8th inning on the Major League Baseball out-of-town scoreboard. 7-3 Marlins over the Reds. They've got the lead. Here's a ground ball. Hit to deep short. Underneath the glove of Lyons. Tried for the backhand pick and was unable to make the play. A broken bat. Ground ball to deep short. And Lyons unable to come up with the pick. Here's Eric Garcia now. We'll see how they score that one. Leadoff man is on. Garcia 1 for 2, an RBI single in the 7th. I should say an RBI single in the 3rd. Elsewhere around Major League Baseball, bottom of the 7th, the Yankees 11-7 lead over Cleveland. By the way, that will be an error on Dan Lyons, his 4th of the year. The pitch. Strike called over the outside corner. Nobody out, 9-3 Ducks. Rodriguez the lead over at first base, held on by Minicozy. The pitch. Swing and a ball served in the air, foul, left side out of play. Oh, 0-2. Ducks out hitting the Blue Crabs 13-8. Each team has committed an error here in the game. The pitch. Outside with a breaking ball. Outfielder shade towards left center field. 5-5 the score, the Cubs and the Pirates, top of the 8th inning. Josh Bell yesterday with a grand slam, the rookie for Pittsburgh. I think he hit it out of the ballpark and into the river. Now a 1-2. Swinging a line drive left center field. Cleary Jr. right there. Moves in 2 steps. Makes the grab. He played it perfectly right there near left center field.
Next up, number 15.
Back to first goes Rodriguez. Here's Angel Sanchez, who's 0 for 2. 9-3. Long Island out in front, bottom of the 6th inning. Angels falling right now to Baltimore 3-1, top of the 8th inning. Braves 2-0 lead over the White Sox, top of the 8th. In the bottom of the 7th, Oakland a 1-0 lead over Houston. Cardinals 3-1 lead over the Brewers, bottom of the 6th. Seattle 3-0 lead over Kansas City, top 7. Here's the pitch. Down low with a fastball. Minnesota 1-0 lead over Texas, that game in the top of the 4th inning. Philadelphia, Colorado ready to get underway along with the Padres and the Dodgers. Arizona, San Francisco, an 8 o'clock start. The pitch. High and away with a fastball. Some finals from earlier today. Toronto beating Detroit 6-1. Nationals 3-2 win over the Mets. Red Sox 4-0 win over Tampa Bay. Next offering. Swung on, pulled sharply foul on the ground outside of third, towards that furthest end of the Blue Crabs dugout. .59 strikes thrown by Kern here in the game. 40 balls. Kern will be his 100th of the day. Not a bad job today by Kern. In my opinion, didn't have his best stuff, but he's kept his team in the game, as they'd like to say. Strike call with a breaking ball. Now it's 2-2. Rodriguez the lead at first. The pitch. Outside as that slider spins off the plate. Full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. 9-3 Ducks. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. Outside target, the pitch. Outside with a fastball. Sanchez walks. 4th walk issued by Kern here in the game. Top of the order here is Antoine Richardson. Richardson's 0 for 2 with a walk back in the 2nd inning. So now, Kern over 100 pitches. And the bullpens, a couple of guys are up right now down the right field line. They're up and standing. And I think they're looking towards the dugout wondering, when is somebody going to make a signal for one of us to warm up? It's kind of the reaction I'm getting. Here's the pitch. Richardson swings and slashes it foul left side out of play. .93 Ducks, bottom of the 6th inning. Rodriguez still at first, or excuse me, at second. Here's the pitch, outside and high, and Sanchez over at first base. Rodriguez reached on the error by Lyons that started the inning. Sanchez walked 2 batters later, and now it's Antoine Richardson. 1 ball and 1 strike is the count with 1 out. Here's the set. The pitch on the way. In for a strike at the knees with a fastball. Richardson, not a big guy, 5'8". And he's 165 pounds. He's from New Providence, Bahamas. Flew in a couple of days ago when he signed with Southern Maryland. The pitch. Breaking ball, a little bit high. Kern might have thought that was strike 3, as the count is now even at 2-2. 9-3 Ducks, bottom of the 6th inning. Blue Crabs trying to get to work offensively. They need a big inning or a big couple of innings here. On deck is the hot-hitting Darby Myers. Wind blows out to straightaway center. The pitch on the way. Outside and high. Full count, 3-2. Richardson slightly open stance, switch hitter batting left. The pitch, swing and a miss. A high fastball, and Richardson is down on strikes. Big strikeout right there for Bruce Kern. That is his 6th of the day. And now Darby Myers will come to the plate. You start to wonder, really, when Kevin Baez is going to start getting the bullpen loose here. I would think this would be, and it probably will be when the Ducks are up batting in the top of the 7th inning. This will probably be the last inning for Kearney. He's over 100 pitches. Myers with 2 hits, 2 singles, and a walk in the 4th. Kern bending at the waist, coming set. First and second, 2 outs, 9-3 Long Island, the pitch. And a strike with a fastball right down the middle. Darby today with 2 hits, and Myers with those hits is now hit safely in 22 of his last 24 games. By the way, he came into the game hitting safely in 21 of his last 23. 456 batting average over that time span. Pitch on the way. Strike called, clipping the outside corner. Very good pitch. Good fastball right on the black of the plate. There's nothing that Darby Myers could do with that pitch. Absolutely nothing. First and second with 2 outs, 9-3 Long Island, the pitch. Swing and a miss on a curveball. Bruce Kern gets out of the first and second jam, striking out back-to-back hitters. He's got 7 strikeouts in the game as he walks off the mound in confidence. No runs, no hits, 1 walk, 1 error, 2 men left. At the end of 6 innings of play, it is Long Island 9 and Southern Maryland 3. This is the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Hey Blue Crabs fans, join us at Regency Furniture Stadium on August 5th as your Southern Maryland Blue Crabs take on the York Revolution. It'll be Salute the Troop Night presented by Chick-fil-A of Charles County and the St. Charles Companies, as well as Craft Fair Night, Beach Party Night, and a firework extravaganza presented by PNC. The very next night on August 6th, the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs continue to take on the York Revolution for Southern Maryland Library Night presented by Southern Maryland Regional Library Association. It'll also be Urgent Care Night and a jersey auction presented by the University of Maryland Charles Regional Medical Center. For more information, log online to www.somdbluecrabs.com or call 301-638-9788.
Mike Blank will start things here in the top of the 7th off Robert Carson. 9-3 Long Island. Ducks with 9 runs on 13 hits, 1 error committed. Blue Crabs 3 runs, 8 hits, 1 error committed. Lefty on righty. Here's the pitch. In for a strike over the outside corner. Carson's second inning of work, he struck out 2 batters in the 6th, setting the Ducks down in order 1-2-3 for the first time today. Here's an 0-1. Inside at the knees. Blue Crabs 3 runs, 8 hits, 1 error committed. Story today has been the Long Island offense. They hit 3 home runs off of Blue Crab starter Daryl Thompson. The pitch. Over the outside corner, a called strike 2. And now it's a ball and 2 strikes. Anthony Vega on the first pitch that he saw at 2:11 Eastern time, a solo home run over the wall in left center. Lentini with a 3-run shot today. Blank with a 2-run shot. The pitch. Mike swings and hits it in the air along the right field line shallow. Weaving back into foul territory is Snyder, and the first baseman unable to make the catch as it sails over his head and onto the warning track foul. So Blank, right-handed hitter, 1 for 3 with that 2-run home run back in the 5th inning. That spelled the end of the day for Daryl Thompson, who was in line for the loss. 4 1/3, 7 runs, 5 of them earned, 11 hits, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts, 82 pitches thrown. Santos 2/3 of an inning allowed 2 earned runs. Now it's Carson. The Ducks with 8 unanswered runs. 4 in the 4th, 4 in the 5th. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. A high fastball. Carson has struck out 3 straight hitters going back to last inning. 1 out, nobody on. 9-3 Long Island. And Matt Wessinger will come to the plate.
Next up, number 17, Matt Wessinger.
One out, nobody on. Wessinger hits from the right side. Here's the pitch. Check swing, grounded foul to the backstop. Matt with a double in the second. Reached on an error in the fourth. Later scoring on that 3-run home run by Lentini. He walked and scored a run in the fifth. 9-3 Long Island. Wessinger, 6 foot, 190 pounds, from Liverpool, New York. The pitch. Up high with a fastball. Matt attended St. John's University. Hit .348 as a senior in 2012, and he was selected by the Rockies in the 5th round. The pitch. Up high with a fastball. And now it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Last year he was with Bridgeport and Long Island in the Atlantic League. And the New Jersey Jackals of the Canadian American Association. Next offering. Over the outside corner. Called strike 2. And a good job by Susini to frame that pitch. As the count levels to 2-2. 9-3 Long Island, top of the 7th inning. Carson sets. Now he lifts the leg, comes home. Up and away. Full count, 3 balls, 2 strikes. On deck is Anthony Vega. Ducks 43-32, looking to win the series here today. 3-2 in second half play. Here's the pitch. Up and away, ball 4. Three walks issued by Southern Maryland pitching here today. Top of the order now, here's Anthony Vega. Vega bats from the left side. Solo home run in the first. Single in the fourth. And a triple in the fifth. A double shy of the cycle. He swings and fouls the first offering back to the screen. That fastball in on the hands of Vega. RBI single in the fourth. That RBI triple. And he's also scored 3 runs here today. Left-handed batter, open stance. Carson from the belt with 1 out. Here's the pitch. Vega swings and lifts it in the air up the left field side, slicing foul and out of play. And now it's 0-2. 9-3 Long Island, top of the 7th inning. The Blue Crabs have some work to do offensively if they want to get back in this game. I don't see anybody loosening down the right field line in the bullpen for the Ducks. So we will see if Kern goes back out there for another inning of work. Pitch home. Swung on, chopped over the mound towards the middle. Sanchez has it, steps on second, throws across his body to first, and it's a double play. Good job by the second baseman. A 4-3 double play, and that'll do it for the Ducks. You're in the top of the 7th. Stretch time, bottom of the 7th inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. It is Long Island 9, Southern Maryland 3. This is the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
ID Shield, a division of Legal Shield, continues the mission of providing identity protection to more than 1 million people in 50 states and 4 Canadian provinces. Teamed with Kroll, no other company combines the expertise of the most knowledgeable identity protection specialists in the industry. The team of dedicated individuals does whatever it takes for as long as it takes to keep you and your family safe. For more information, log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/BowareMJ or contact Marcellus and Jeanette Boware at 571-337-3588.
Moving on to the bottom of the 7th inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. 9-3 Long Island out in front here this afternoon. The Ducks with 9 runs on 13 hits. Blue Crabs 3 runs on 8 hits. Dustin Richardson, the new pitcher on the mound, 6'6", 220 pounds. Richardson 1-0, 1.59 ERA, ninth game. 5 innings. 3 walks, 6 strikeouts, opponents hitting 300 off of the left-hander. Nelson will start things 3-4-5. Nelson, Snyder, and Marte. Switch hitter batting from the right side. 1 for 3 today with a single in the first. Here's the pitch. In for a strike over the outer third with a fastball. To Richardson on relief for Bruce Kern, who struck out 7 in the game. And the final 2 hitters that he faced. Through 106 pitches overall. Here's the pitch home. Swung on, grounded, wide of third, past the diving shortstop, Dan Lyons, as that sneaks into left. Nelson 2 for 4 here today. Blue Crabs with now 9 hits, down 9-3. And Michael Snyder will come to the plate. Kern in total, 6 innings. He allowed 9 hits, 3 runs, all 3 earned. And he walked 4 guys, and again struck out 7. Now Dustin Richardson, the left-handed pitcher. Snyder, right-handed hitter. The pitch home. Swing and a miss, and he loses the bat as it helicopters into the seats on the third base side. I'd say about, about 7 rows deep. Luckily, everybody was okay. 0-1 is the count. Snyder singled back in the 5th, walked in the 3rd, and flew out to center in the 1st. Snyder needs to get some more pine tar. Nelson, the lead off of first base, held on by Minicozy. Here's the pitch home. Outside and high with a fastball. One ball and 1 strike. 9-3, bottom of the 7th. Ducks out in front. The pitch home. Check swing. Strike called. Snyder went too far around, according to John Grasso, the home plate umpire. Michael with a home run here in this series. Gets back in there against the 6'6 right-hander, or I should say left-hander, from Newton, Kansas. Dustin Richardson. Last year with Tulsa in the Dodgers organization at the AA level. Swung on, fisted foul. The next offering back over the screen, out of play. Count holds at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Richardson pitching the other night against the Blue Crabs out of the bullpen. 1-2. Strike 3 called over the outside corner. Off-speed pitch. Down goes Snyder, and that's the 8th strikeout of the day for Long Island pitching.
Next up, number 38, Alfredo Marte.
Here's Marte now. Thompson on the other side this afternoon didn't really have his best stuff. 4 1/3, 5 earned runs, 7 in total allowed, 11 hits, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts, and 82 pitches thrown. Marte the DH. RBI single. Here's a swing and a fly ball. Well hit. Deep left field. That's on its way. And that ball is gone into the picnic area. I'm starting to say Marte with that RBI single in the 1st. Yoder's choice run scored in the 3rd. He struck out swinging in the 5th, and he's got himself a 2-run home run. Here in this bottom of the 7th, it's now 9-5, Long Island. So the Blue Crabs showing a little bit of life here, at least showing that they have a pulse. For Marte, his 3rd RBI of the day. He now has 17 on the season combined between York and Southern Maryland. Here's Norberto Susini now. Base is empty. 1 out, 9-5 Ducks, bottom of the 7th. Susini switch hitter, turning around, batting from the right side. A single back in the 3rd. He's 1 for 3. Here's the pitch. Way outside. Ball 1. Richardson sets. Now the pitch. In for a strike over the outside corner. And again, here's the Blue Crabs. They're down 9-5. Continuing, though, to show some fight. Carson's done a nice job out of the bullpen, holding the game where it is. The pitch. Outside with a fastball. Off the first base edge, Richardson sets with an inside target. He deals. Swing and a miss. Well, he missed outside, but Susini swung right through. 2-2 is the count. Here's the set. Now the pitch home. Swinging a ball fisted foul back over the screen and out of play. One out, nobody on. 9-5, our score. Ducks out in front. Bottom 7. Here's the pitch. Swung on, chopped weakly to second. Puckett charges into the baseline, fielding, and he tosses to first for the out. That fastball in on the hands of Susini as he got jammed. 2 outs, nobody on for Rede Rodriguez. The Crabs have off after today's game. So do the Ducks. As we break for the All-Star game taking place on Wednesday. That game, of course, in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Here's a swing and a line drive. Straightaway center field. It's falling onto the grass in front of the charging Cleary Jr. It's a base hit. That's 11 hits now for Southern Maryland. 3 in the inning. Rodriguez, that solo home run in the second. He's got 2 hits, through for 4. Here's Eric Garcia, who's 1 for 3 with an RBI single back in the 3rd inning. Lefty on lefty matchup here. The pitch. Downstairs with a fastball. Angel Sanchez on deck. Blue Crabs trying to chip away. At one point earlier in this inning, it was 9-3 Ducks. The pitch. Swing and a fly ball. Well hit to right. Lentini gets turned around, going back. It's over his head as it one hops off the wall. Rodriguez digging for third. He's held there as he puts on the brakes. Garcia jogs into second base, standing with a double. Eric Garcia with his 10th double of the year. Blue Crabs showing some life. Southern Maryland now with 4 hits in the inning off Dustin Richardson, who again is on relief for Bruce Kern. Southern Maryland with 12 hits. Second and third with 2 outs. Here comes Marty Jensen, the pitching coach for Long Island. More bullpen activity down the right field line for the Ducks as Angel Sanchez will come to the plate. Alfredo Marte earlier in the inning with a 2-run home run. This rally all started by the veteran Bryant Nelson, the all-star, with a single. Snyder struck out looking. Marte with that 2-run home run. Susini with a ground out. Rodriguez and Garcia each with hits. Rodriguez a single, and he advanced to third base on the Garcia double. Now it's Sanchez, who is hitless in 2 at-bats. He also walked in the 6th. Second and third. Outfielders shade towards right center. Here's the pitch home. Inside at the knees. Strike called. And it's 0-1. A lot of hits today between these two clubs as Scott Snodgrass has begun throwing down the left field side in the bullpen for the Blue Crabs. Here's the set position with an inside target. The pitch on the way. Swung on, fouled back into the screen. Second and third, 2 outs, 9-5 Ducks. 2 runs in for the Blue Crabs here in the bottom of the 7th. Pitch on the way. Swung on, popped up foul off first. Nicosi weaving into foul territory onto the warning track. Has some room, makes the catch with the sidewall about 3 feet off to his left. Sanchez popping out in foul territory. That'll do it. Blue Crabs leaving 2 runners in scoring position. They scored 2 runs on the Alfredo Marte 2-run home run. 2 runs on 4 hits. 2 men left at second and third. Heading to the 8th, 9-5 Ducks on the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Blue Crabs fans, is your brand, business, or organization looking to increase exposure and gain new and diverse consumers in this Southern Maryland market? Look no further than the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and Regency Furniture Stadium. Our business partners are afforded unparalleled access to our consumer base of fans from attractive and potentially lucrative demographics with disposable income. Call today at 301-374-1133 for more information or to set up a consultation.
Piece of land out in the countryside, lay back and smell the sun, warm up the Georgia pine. It's so good to be taking it easy. Why would I ever leave? 'Cause I know I got some good friends that live down the street. Got a good...
This is Justin Berg. Thanks for listening to Blue Crabs Baseball. Now back to the game.
New pitcher is Scott Snodgrass as we move along to the top half of the 8th inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. The Ducks with a 9-5 lead. Blue Crabs 2 runs scored in the bottom of the 7th on that 2-run home run by Alfredo Marte. So now it's Scott Snodgrass, 1-5, 6.16 ERA, 17th game, 61 and third innings pitched, 42 earned runs, 28 walks, 49 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .304 off of the left-hander. Lentini will lead things off. 2-3-4 in the order. Lentini, Cleary Jr., and Puckett. Velant with that 3-run home run back in the 4th. He is 1 for 4 here in the game. Speaking of home runs, the Ducks have hit 3 of them here today. All 3 coming off Darrell Thompson, who got the start today. The right-hander, 4 1/3. 5 earned runs, 11 hits. 7 runs in total allowed. 1 walk, 2 strikeouts, 82 pitches thrown. Here's the set. Here's the pitch home. Up high with a fastball. Montini with that 3-run home run over the wall in left center field. Here's a high set by Snodgrass. He kicks and fires. Swinging a ground ball pushed to second. Sanchez moves 2 steps to his left, gobbles it up, and sidearms to first. One out for Delta Cleary Jr. Robert Garson did a nice job at the bullpen. 2 innings, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. Santos 2/3 of an inning today. 2 earned runs, 2 hits, 1 walk. Now it's Snodgrass, 9-5 Ducks. Top of the 8th inning. Snodgrass with a good fastball in terms of velocity. He can touch 95 miles per hour. He also has a 2-seam fastball, changeup, curveball, slider. He has a good repertoire, but he has struggled this year as a starter. In fact, Snodgrass made 12 starts this year. And again, just went 1-5 as a starter. Here's the pitch. Strike over the outside corner to Delta Cleary Jr. Switch hitter batting right. He's had a big day. 4 for 4 with 4 singles. Remember, he had 3 RBIs in Game 1 of this series. The 0-1 pitch. Up and away with a fastball. 1 ball and 1 strike. 9-5, Long Island out in front, top of the 8th inning. Ducks with 9 runs on 13 hits, 1 error committed. Blue Crabs 5 runs, 12 hits, and 1 error committed as well. Outfielders shade towards right center. The pitch on the way. Swung on, chopped wide of third. Nelson with a nice pick, spins around, throws to first, and it's in time. Nelson moving a step to his left, gloved it on the short hop on the glove side, and threw an accurate throw across the diamond to Snyder at first. Another nifty play by the 42-year-old. I can make the argument, I think, that he is one of the best fielding infielders or fielding third baseman in the entire league. He did make a big error earlier in the game, which kept an inning alive, that 4th inning alive, where the Ducks scored 4 runs on 4 hits, but again, it doesn't take away from the fact that he's an excellent fielder. Bucket the batter, looks it over, fastball strike over the outside corner, and it's 0-1, 2 outs, bases cleared, 9-5 Ducks, top of the 8th inning. Bucket with a single back in the 4th, he is 1 for 4. The pitch, swing and a miss on a pitch in the dirt, a changeup, and it's 0-2. And the one problem that Snodgrass has had this year is throwing strikes. Again, 49 strikeouts, 28 walks since he's moved to the bullpen, though. He's done a better job of getting ahead of hitters. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but he's done a better job at getting that elusive strike one, elusive for him. Next offering, bounced weakly left side. Nelson charging from third, gloves knee high, throws off 1 foot to first from the infield grass, and it's in time. Reed ground ball outs induced by Scott Snodgrass as the Ducks are down 1-2-3. We head to the bottom of the 8th inning, Long Island 9 and Southern Maryland 5 on the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Since 2013, over 1 billion records have been compromised right here in our great nation. ID Shield's comprehensive identity protection service monitors for all signs of criminal activity and gives you all the resources you need to keep your identity secure from fraud. For just $9.95 per month, ID Shield provides unlimited consultation, complete monitoring, and a $5 million service guarantee. For more information, contact Marcellus and Jeanette Bower at 571-337-3588 or log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/BowerMJ.
This is Scott Snodgrass, and you're listening to the Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Elio Diaz, the new pitcher, bottom half of the 8th inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. 9-5 Long Island. The Crabs scoring 2 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning off Dustin Richardson, who was finished. 1 inning, 2 earned runs, 4 hits, 1 strikeout. Bruce Kern today in line for the win. He threw 106 pitches, 6 innings, 3 earned runs, 9 hits, 4 walks, 7 strikeouts. And of course the offense today for Long Island really helping him. Long Island 9 runs on 13 hits. A run back in the first, 4 in the 4th, and then again 4 in the 5th. So now it's Diaz, the 3rd pitcher of the day for the Ducks. Melio, a 2.51 ERA, 4-2 win-loss record, 31st game, 28 2/3 innings pitched. He has just walked 4 guys. And his 37 strikeouts, opponents are hitting .202 off of the right-hander, who's a hard thrower, good fastball in the low 90s. Antoine Richardson will lead things off. He's 0 for 3 today with a walk, but he has struck out swinging 3 times. Switch hitter, he'll turn around, bat from the left side. Third baseman Wessinger is even with the bag at third. Diaz coming set, belt high. Here's the pitch. Diaz deals a strike over the outside corner with a fastball. It'll be Richardson, Myers, and Nelson due up for the Blue Crabs, who have 12 hits here today. So it's not like their offense has been non-existent. They scored a run in the first, the second, and the third, and 2 in the bottom of the 7th. Here's the pitch. Richardson swings and lines one softly into left center. That's a base hit. Cleary Jr. fields it cleanly. And Antoine with his first hit in a Blue Crabs uniform. Southern Maryland matching the hit total for Long Island with 13. Now Darby Myers will come to the plate. He's 2 for 3 with a pair of singles, a run scored. And he struck out swinging in the 6th. He also walked in the 4th. 9-5 Ducks, bottom of the 8th inning. Here's the set. Now the pitch. Fastball fouled away to the first base side. So the Maryland this year, with 9 come-from-behind wins. They've got some work to do, though. Down 9-5 to a Ducks team that has owned them this year, having won 10 games in 13 matchups between the two clubs. Bottom of the 8th inning. Nobody out. Richardson the lead at first. Quick toss over, and Richardson back with the head-first dive. Southern Maryland 1-5 in second-half play. That's the record to worry about because that first-half record of 26-43, it doesn't really matter. And the overall record really doesn't matter at this point. It's all about what you do in the second half because the Blue Crabs need to secure that playoff spot, and they need to win the Freedom Division. Next offering. Swinging a looper. Shallow center. Cleary Jr. coming on. It's down. A base hit. Richardson stops at second. The throw behind him is late. With Cody Puckett, the second baseman, there covering. Back-to-back hits. Southern Maryland out hitting Long Island 14-13, first and second with nobody out. Southern Maryland down 9-5, bottom of the 8th. Here's Bryant Nelson, who's got 2 singles today and a run scored. He is 2 for 4. Nelson switch hitter, he'll bat from the left side. If Nelson were to reach the guy on deck, Michael Snyder, who's got a lot of power, tied for second in the league in home runs, would be the tying run. Check of the runner at second base. Here's the pitch. Downstairs with the fastball. More bullpen activity down the left field line for Southern Maryland. Avery Moore getting loose. He is a right-hander. Diaz from the belt checks the runner at second. Once, now twice. And time is asked for at the plate and granted to Nelson by home plate umpire John Grasso. Want to know is the count. Diaz 6'2", 210 pounds. In some trouble here, first and second, nobody out. Bottom 8, 9-5 Ducks. Check of the runner at second base. The pitch. Over the outside corner for a strike. Keep this in mind, too. The Blue Crabs at one point in this game were down 9-3. And also keep this fact in mind, too. They were up 3-1 earlier in the game, heading into the top of the 4th. Check of the runner at second base. The pitch on the way. Swung on, lined into right field. That's a base hit. Richardson will be held by Jeremy Owens at third. Everybody moves up a bag as the throw comes into the right side. And the bases are loaded for the Blue Crabs. Here comes Michael Snyder. Now it's getting interesting. Blue Crabs with 15 hits in the game. Snyder will come to the plate. He's singled back in the 5th. He's 1 for 3. Diaz in some trouble. One swing of the bat here from Snyder, and he could tie this thing up. 9-5 Ducks, bottom of the 8th inning. Marty Jansen, we've seen him a couple of times here today. He is out talking things over with the veteran Diaz, who is from Venezuela, currently residing, though, in Chandler, Arizona. Last year, spent the entire season with the Ducks. He was 1-4, a 2.78 ERA in 60 games pitched. He also recorded 14 saves. Diaz signing as a free agent with the Angels in 2005. He's in some trouble here. 9-5 Ducks. Bottom of the 8th inning. Blue Crabs with 15 hits. Out hitting the Ducks 15-3, by the way. Snyder climbs in right side. This place would come unglued if Snyder hits that grand slam to tie the game. Remember, as I said before, the Blue Crabs at 1 point down 9-3. Wind blowing out to center field. The pitch on the way. Swung on, grounded to short. Lyons has it, shovels to second for one. Puckett's turn, on to first. It's in time, a double play. Richardson scores from third. Into third base goes Darby Myers as Nelson is erased off the base paths. And it is now 9-6. So I guess worst case scenario, Southern Maryland getting the run in. That was a pretty easy tailor-made double play, 6-4-3. Myers at third. Batter now is Alfredo Marte. He ripped a 2-run home run over the wall and left. In his last at bat in the 7th. Right-handed hitter, 2 outs, 9-6, Ducks with the lead. Here's the pitch. In for a strike over the inside corner. Blue Crabs 3 hits off their season high of 18, which came back on the 28th of May against the Bluefish. Diaz with a high set, lowers it to the belt. Here's the pitch. In for a strike over the outer third. Good fastball popping into the mitt of Mike Blank. Now it's 0-2. Ducks are up 9-6 here in the game. Blue Crabs have scored 3 unanswered runs the last 2 innings combined. So while the Ducks scored 8 unanswered from the 4th to the 5th, Blue Crabs trying to chip away, showing some life and some fight with 3 unanswered the last 2 innings. Marte steps out, takes a practice swing. He's got 3 RBIs today, that 2-run home run in the 7th, RBI single in the 1st. From the belt, the pitch on the way. Swung on, popped him up. Left side of the infield, Wessinger sprinting onto the grass from third, shading his eyes. He makes a one-hand snapping catch. And the inning is over. Blue Crabs get a run back on 3 hits. And 1 man left at third base. We head to the 9th. It is Long Island 9 and Southern Maryland 6. This is the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Legal issues can mean trouble for anyone. No matter how much money you have, Legal Shield can help with a range of legal services. Legal Shield believes in educating and serving their members to improve their lives. Legal Shield partners with providing law firms across the United States and 4 provinces in Canada to help you with any issue you can think of. For more information, contact Marcellus and Jeanette Boweir at 571-337-3588 or log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/Boweir MJ.
This is Cody Eppley, and you're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Top half of the 9th inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Thank you for being with us today on the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network. 9-6 Ducks. The new pitcher is Navery Moore. On relief for Scott Snodgrass, who worked a 1-2-3 8th inning. So the righty, Navery Moore, 2.76 ERA, 2-0. 32nd game, 32 2/3 innings pitched, 10 earned runs, 20 walks, 37 strikeouts. Opponents are hitting .304. Dan Lyons will start things, a rare 0 for 4 here today. Lyons will climb in right side. Ducks are being out hit 15-13. 28 hits combined between the two clubs. Wind blowing out to left center field. Nelson even with the bag at third. Moore works from the stretch at all times. The pitch. Outside with a fastball. And that's ball one. Avery from Nashville, Tennessee, 6'2", 215 pounds. The pitch. Low and away. 2 balls, no strikes is the count. It'll be Lyons, Minicozy, and Dow due up for the Ducks. Team that coming in, we're looking to win the series today. Next offering home. Fastball over the outside edge. Strike one called. Darrell Thompson went 4 1/3 today, 5 earned runs, 7 in total allowed on 11 hits, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. The pitch. Swinging a fly ball into right. Ranging back on it is Darby Myers, 20 feet from the warning track. Puts the squeeze on it with one hand. 1 gone for Mark Minicozy.
Next up, number 26, Mark
Avery pitching last night, 2/3 of an inning out of the bullpen. Scott Main came into the game with runners at the corners for the lefty-on-lefty matchup, and he got Vega to bounce out into a fielder's choice. First offering, Moore deals a strike over the outer third to the right-handed hitting Minicozy. He's been on base twice today, Mark has, a single in the second. Walked and scored a run in the fourth. 1 for 3 in total. Next offering, a check swing, roller foul, first base side. And it's 0-2. 9-6 Ducks. We're in the top of the ninth. Now in the bottom of the frame in the ninth inning, the Blue Crabs will have Susini, Rodriguez, and Garcia due up. Moore's pitched 2 2/3 on this homestand. From the chest, here's the pitch. Check swing, a slider in the dirt. And it's a ball and 2 strikes. Avery has allowed just 1 earned run in his last 10 appearances. Way back on April 27th, he picked up his first Atlantic League win in his career against Bridgeport out of the bullpen. He's done a pretty nice job here in the first half. The pitch, a little bit outside. A good eye by Minicozy. 2-2. 9-6 Ducks, top of the ninth inning. The pitch home. Breaking ball, looped in the air, middle of the diamond. Sanchez moving to his right. Bare hands on 1 bounce. Throws to first low. And the sweeping backhand pick by Snyder. Oh, good play on both ends. I thought that hung up there a little bit too long, and Minicozy was going to be safe, but the second baseman, Sanchez, moving to his right. Barehanded it on the back edge of the dirt, directly behind second on 1 bounce. Fired it to first, and a nice pick with the backhand by Michael Snyder. Here's Mike Dowd now. Right-handed hitter. 2 outs, nobody on. 9-6 Ducks. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. A big, long swing from Dowd. Comes up empty on that fastball in the outer half. He's flied out twice today. Singled and scored a run in the 5th and struck out swinging in the 6th. More sets. Kicks, delivers. Up high with a fastball. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Outfielders play straight away. Corner infielders are deep. Beautiful baby blue sky up above. Wind blows out now to straightaway center field. Here's the pitch. A little bit low with a slider. And it's 2-1. Wind whipping around those trees beyond the ballpark wall. In the outfield. Flying, of course, half-staff today. Good crowd on hand. Final home game of this 7-game homestand. The pitch. Up high, it kicks off the glove of Susini and rolls to the backstop. Now it's 3-1. A good hitter's count for Mike Dowd with Mike Blank waiting to hit next. Long Island managed by Kevin Baez. Earning his 400th win as a manager a couple of nights ago. Here's a swing and a foul off to the right and out of play. Baez in his 14th season as a member of the Ducks organization and his 6th managing this club. Baez part of that 2004 Ducks championship team. The pitch. Swung on, chopped to short. 2 hops, gloved by Garcia. Shuffles the feet, zips it over to first. And the inning is over. Avery Moore with an easy 1-2-3 inning. We head to the bottom of the 9th. Last chance coming up for Southern Maryland. It'll be 6-7-8, Susini, Rodriguez, and Garcia due up. Bottom of the 9th, 9-6 Ducks. This is the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network. Blue Crabs fans, great seats are still available. Group tickets start as low as $10 per person. We also offer very affordable luxury suites and picnic area packages. For more information, log on to somdbluecrabs.com or call 301-638-9788.
If you can't make it to the park, you can listen to every Blue Crabs home game
on the Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
This is Jeremy Owens, manager of the Blue Crabs. Thanks for listening to Blue Crab Baseball. Now back to the game.
Todd Coffey is the new pitcher, 9-6. Long Island with the lead. Bottom of the 9th inning. It is a save situation. As Todd Coffey, 1-3, 3.42 ERA. 26th game. He's recorded 12 saves, 23 and 2/3 innings pitched, 9 walks, 25 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .236 off of the right-hander. Jamar Walton will come off the bench, and he will pinch hit for Roberto Susini. So it'll be Walton, followed by Rodriguez, and then Garcia. Jamar climbs in on the left side. The All-Star at 276. 8 home runs, 31 RBIs. Here's the set. Now the pitch home. In for a strike with a fastball over the outside corner. So remember, the Blue Crabs have Connor David on their bench. If we were to go to extra innings, David would come off and catch. Susini today with a single, 1 for 4. Now it's Jamar Walton. Coffey sets. He kicks and fires. In for a strike over the outside. He's got a really good fastball, 93 to 95 miles per hour. Good lively arm. 9 runs, 13 hits, 1 error for the Ducks. Bulk of their offense today. 4 runs in the 4th, 4 in the 5th. For the Blue Crabs, 6 runs, 15 hits, 3 off their season high. 1 error committed. 0-2 pitch. Inside at the knees, backing Walton off the plate. Southern Maryland with a run scored in the 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd, 2 in the 7th, and then 1 in the 8th. So they've tried to chip away here, and they've continued to play hard. Coffey sets. Now the pitch home. Up high with a fastball, 2-2. Crowd trying to get behind the Blue Crabs here, who last night broke an 8-game losing streak, but are in danger of going into the All-Star break, having lost 9 of their last 10 games. Now the pitch on the way. Inside and low. 3 balls, 2 strikes is the count to Jamar Walton, who's named to the All-Star game. He'll be in Lancaster on Wednesday. Last year he was an All-Star as well. Coffey with a high set, kicks, delivers. Swung on, pulled on the ground, foul outside of first. Walton gets jammed. Checks his bat to make sure it's still in one piece. It's 3-2. Offensively today for the Blue Crabs, Nelson with 3 hits, Darby Myers with 3 hits, Rede Rodriguez, the guy on deck, with a solo home run. Alfredo Marte, a 2-run shot, his first home run in a Blue Crabs uniform. He's got 2 hits today. Getting hits has really not been the problem. Blue Crabs have left 10 runners on, though, and 6 in scoring position. 3-2. Swung on, chopped over the mound towards the middle. Moving to his left, Lyons. The shortstop has it behind second, slings to first, and Walton is retired for out number 1. Now Rede Rodriguez will hit. He's got 2 hits, a solo home run in the second, his first in a Blue Crabs uniform, and he singled in the 7th. 9-6, bottom of the 9th inning, Ducks out in front. A reminder coming up after the ball game, it's the post-game wrap-up show as we head into the All-Star break. Blue Crabs in danger of dropping to 27-49 and 1-6 here in second half play. Coffee sets and the pitch. Swung on, chopped to short, 2 hops, gloved by Lyons chest high, slings to first. 2 outs. So the Blue Crabs down to their final out. Pair of ground ball outs to the shortstop, Dan Lyons. Coffee looking for his 13th save of the year. 9-6 Ducks. Bottom of the 9th, it's up to Eric Garcia to keep the game alive. An RBI single in the 3rd and a double in the 7th. Coffee sets. The pitch on the way. In for a strike. Right there at the knees. Inside target. 0-1 pitch. Strike 2 called, inside corner. Good pitch, and I'll tell you what, Coffee has featured mostly that fastball here in this bottom of the 9th inning. We haven't really seen much breaking stuff. I did see 1 or 2 breaking balls to Jamar Walton, but that was about it. Bruce Kern in line for the win. 106 pitches thrown today for the right-hander. 6 innings, 3 earned runs, 9 hits, 4 walks, and 7 strikeouts. 0-2 on the way. Swinging a fly ball, peppered to left. Going back on it is Vega. Reaches up, it's over his head. And a 1 hops off the mini monster. Garcia sprinting for second. The throw to the bag is late as Eric slides in feet first safely with Puckett, the second baseman, there covering. Garcia keeps the game alive with his 2nd double of the day and his 11th of the year. So Southern Maryland now with 16 hits, 2 off their season high. Here's Angel Sanchez, and of course if Sanchez were to reach, it would then be Richardson, and that's the tying run. Blue Crabs, I will give them this, have shown fight all day. They have not laid down after falling down 1.9-3 in this game. Sanchez 0 for 3 with a walk, back in the 6th. Here's the set. Check of the runner, now the pitch. Outside and high. 1 ball and no strikes. Outfielders play straight away, wind blowing out to straightaway center field. Coffee with a high set, checks the runner. Now the 1-0. In tight at the belt, 2-0. Coffee with a high set. Garcia the lead off second. 9-6 Ducks, the pitch. Swinging a ground ball wide of third. Glove by Wessinger moving to his left. He spins and throws in time to first. And the ball game is over. 5-3 on the putout. Blue Crabs stranding their 11th runner on base. And in scoring position was Eric Garcia. For the Blue Crabs in the 9th, no runs on 1 hit. 0 Ducks errors. and one man left in scoring position. Blue Crabs falling today by the final of 9-6. Back with the totals after this on the Legal ID Shield, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Hey, Blue Crabs fans, join us at the ballpark on August 7th as your Southern Maryland Blue Crabs take on the York Revolution. It's Chick-fil-A Backfin Buddies Day number 7, Babies in Baseball, as well as pregame autograph sessions, kids play in Pinch's Playground for free, and post-game kids run the bases. After about a week off, the Blue Crabs come back to town on August 15th against the Bridgeport Bluefish for Bark in the Park presented by Perfect Pet Resort, as well as Dollar Hot Dog Night. And then on August 16th, it's Hearing Professional Silver Sluggers Day number 8, Shirt Off Your Back Clothing Drive, Thankful Tuesday, as well as free popcorn presented by RST Theaters Lexington Exchange for the first 500 fans. For more information, call 301-638-9788 or visit www.somdbluecrabs.com.
Hey, Blue Crab fans, come out to Regency Furniture Stadium on July 2nd when the Blue Crabs take on the Long Island Ducks for Southern Maryland Library Night, presented by Southern Maryland Regional Library Association.
That same night, calling all wrestling fans, come down to meet Mickey James on Wrestler Night.
Come support the Blue Crabs and join us for the Paint the Park Night and our jersey auction on July 23rd, presented by University of Maryland Charles Regional Medical Center. Be sure to stay for our fireworks extravaganza show following directly after the last out of the game, presented by Sonic.
If you like wine and like to paint, you will love Art at the Park, featuring wine and design. Also on July 24th, it's our 6th Backfin Buddies Day, presented by Chick-fil-A. Kids play free in Pinch's Playground and can run the bases post-game. For tickets and more information, log on to somdbluecrabs.com or call 301-638-9788. All right, back here with the totals. Blue Crabs falling today by the final of 9-6. Blue Crabs are now 27-49, 1-6 here in second half play, while the Ducks are 44-32, 4-2 here in second half play. They win 3 of 4 from Southern Maryland. For the Ducks here today, they scored 9 runs on 13 hits, 1 error committed. 7 runners left on, 3 of them in scoring position. And for the Blue Crabs today, 6 runs on 16 hits, 1 error. 11 runners left on, 7 in scoring position. The winning pitcher today was Bruce Kern. He threw 106 pitches, 6 innings, 3 earned runs, 9 hits, 4 walks, 7 strikeouts. He picks up his 3rd win of the year. Darrell Thompson suffers the loss. He is now 2-6 on the season as he goes 4 1/3, 7 runs, 5 of them earned, 11 hits, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts, and 82 pitches thrown. Todd Coffey picks up his 13th save of the season as he gives up a double to Garcia in the 9th, but Eric was stranded at second base. Time of the game today, 2 hours and 57 minutes. Dustin Richardson pitched an inning today out of the bullpen for the Ducks. 2 earned runs on 4 hits allowed. And Emilio Diaz also an inning out of the bullpen as he gave up 3 hits. Todd Coffey, of course, that inning in the 9th, picking up his 13th save of the season. 2,785 baseball fans were here today at the ballpark. Blue Crabs with 16 hits, 2 off their season high today. Anton Richardson recorded his first hit as a Blue Crab. Alfredo Marte with 2 hits, his first home run in the Blue Crabs uniform, and his 6th overall this season. Bryant Nelson with 3 hits. Darby Myers with 3 hits. Rede Rodriguez with 2 hits, a solo home run in the 2nd inning, and a single in the 7th. Eric Garcia with 3 hits today, 2 doubles, and a single. Over on the other side for the Ducks, Anthony Vega, a big day, 3 hits. He was 2 off, or I should say a double off hitting for the cycle. Anthony Vega with the first pitch that he saw in the 1st inning, ripped a home run over the wall in left center field. He then ripped a single in the 4th inning to score a run. He later scored a run in that inning as well. And he tripled in a run in the 5th inning and later scored. Now the Ducks scored 4 runs in the 4th and the 5th inning. Mantini with a 3-run home run that inning. And then a 2-run home run the next inning by Mike Blank. That chased Thompson out of the game. And, of course, Anthony Vega with that RBI triple. 3 hits today for Delta Cleary Jr. He had, I should say, 4 hits. He was 4 for 5. He had a huge, huge series. And he is on fire with the bat right now. Mike Blank with that aforementioned 2-run home run. But that was really the bulk of the offense today. Anthony Vega with 3 hits, Delta Cleary Jr. 4 hits, and the Ducks, of course, with 3 home runs off Daryl Thompson. Now, Orlando Santos went 2/3 of an inning today, 2 earned runs allowed. Robert Carson, 2 innings, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. Snodgrass, an inning out of the bullpen. Avery Moore, an inning out of the bullpen as well. So Carson, Snodgrass, and Moore all 3 did a nice job out of the bullpen here today. Coming up next, it is the Blue Crabs post-game wrap-up show. Thank you for joining us today as the Blue Crabs fall today to the Ducks by the final of 9-6. This is the Legal ID Shield, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
ID Shield is the best way to protect your identity. If you become a victim of identity theft, ID Shield spends up to $5 million to do everything that it can to restore your identity. ID Shield is dedicated to your safety. Their identity specialists are focused on protecting you. They provide you with the services that walk you through all the steps to protect yourself. ID Shield monitors all of your personal information from social security numbers, credit cards, and bank accounts. ID Shield monitors everything from your passport, email, phone numbers, driver's license information, and much more. ID Shield is the only company that is partnered with Kroll, the worldwide leader in theft investigative services. ID Shield partner with Kroll protects the identities of more than 1 million people in 50 states and 4 Canadian provinces. For more information, call 571-337-3588 or log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/BowareMJ.
This is Jeremy Owens, manager of the Blue Crabs. Thanks for listening to Blue Crab Baseball. Now back to the game.
Blue Crabs fall by the final of 9-6 here today. A tough loss for Southern Maryland, who at one point down 9-3 showed some fight, but fell short offensively. Daryl Thompson suffered the loss today. Did not have his best stuff. 4 1/3, 5 earned runs, 7 runs allowed in total, 11 hits, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts, 82 pitches thrown. Now, on the other side with the right-handed pitcher Bruce Kern, you can make the case that he didn't have his best stuff either, but he was able to work through, put his head down, plow right through, throw 6 innings, 3 earned runs, 9 hits, 4 walks, 7 strikeouts, 106 pitches thrown. So the Ducks take 3 of 4 from the Blue Crabs, and they are now 44-32 on the year, 4-2 in second half play. Blue Crabs go into the break at 27-49 rather, and 1-6 here in second half play. And for Southern Maryland, we'll count this here in a second. For the Blue Crabs, they lose 8 of their final 9 games here in, I guess, right before the All-Star break, if you want to call it the first half. The second half has already started. But Blue Crabs, by the way, will resume with 4 against Lancaster after the All-Star break on Friday the 15th, and then 3 against York the 19th, 20th, and 21st. A 7-game road trip. Then they return home for 3 against the Long Island Ducks the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. So the time is now. They're 1-6, and they cannot get off to a bad start out of the All-Star break. They just cannot get off to a bad start, jumping out of the gate, and start losing games and be on a losing streak. It just can't happen. So you look at the Blue Crabs, though, today, offensively still showed some fight. And in fact, they were 2 off their season high today in hits. They had 16, out hitting the Ducks 16-13. But again, they fell short today. Again, they go into the All-Star break at just 1-6. So we'll step aside. When we come back, we will take a look at our out-of-town scoreboard, a short post-game wrap-up show here today. This is the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network. Blue Crabs fans, come out to the ballpark August 2nd against Lancaster. It's Hearing Professionals, Silver Sluggers, night number 7. Free popcorn Tuesdays, presented by RC Theaters Lexington Exchange for the first 500 fans. On August 3rd, 11:05 special start time, it's Camp and Recreation Day. And on August 4th against the Barnstormers, it's National Night Out Celebration and Foster's Grill Wings and Beer Night. For more information, log on to somdbluecrabs.com or call 301-638-9788.
Hey, Blue Crabs fans, join us at Regency Furniture Stadium on August 5th as your Southern Maryland Blue Crabs take on the York Revolution. It'll be Salute the Troop Night presented by Chick-fil-A of Charles County and the St. Charles Companies, as well as Craft Fair Night, Beach Party Night, and a firework extravaganza presented by PNC. The very next night on August 6th, the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs continue to take on the York Revolution for Southern Maryland Library Night presented by Southern Maryland Regional Library Association. It'll also be Urgent Care Night and a jersey auction presented by the University of Maryland Charles Regional Medical Center. For more information, log online to www.somdbluecrabs.com or call 301-638-9788. Back here on the post-game wrap-up show, Blue Crabs fall today by the final of 9-6 to the Long Island Ducks as they take 3 of 4 here in Waldorf this weekend. Fans, did you know that Legal Shield has 39 provider law firms, 1,100 provider lawyers, and 20 years of average legal experience? Legal Shield provides legal protection to those you can trust. For more information, log on to LegalShieldAssociate.com/BulwareMJ. That is LegalShieldAssociate.com/BulwareMJ. Hey fans, be sure to join us on August 6th, by the way, as the Blue Crabs take on the York Revolution. It's Southern Maryland Library Night presented by Southern Maryland Regional Library Association. For tickets and information, log on to somdbluecrabs.com or call 301-638-9788. All right, time now to take a look at our out-of-town scoreboard segment here on the post-game wrap-up show. And as we always do, we will start in the Atlantic League.
6:05 start later on. The York Revolution, the Sugarland Skeeters at Constellation Field. Bottom of the first inning at TD Bank Ballpark right now. The Barnstormers and the Patriots are scoreless. Elsewhere around the Atlantic League, the Bridgeport Bluefish beating up on the New Britain Bees today by the final of 5-1. Bridgeport with 13 hits. They're now 34-43. New Britain 39-31. David Kubiak was the winning pitcher, 6 2/3, 1 earned run, 5 hits. Jared Leverett suffered the loss, 6 innings, 2 earned runs, 10 hits, and 3 strikeouts. RBIs in the game, 2 of them from Luis Hernandez for Bridgeport. He now is 29 on the year. Jose Cuevas is 45th. Jonathan Galvez is 30th RBI of the season for the Bluefish, who win today 5-1 at New Britain Stadium. That was the only other final in the Atlantic League, along with the 9-6 loss suffered by the Blue Crabs at the hands of the Long Island Ducks. Around Major League Baseball, top of the 7th inning, the Minnesota Twins with a 10-2 lead over the Rangers. Phillies with a 3-1 lead, bottom of the 4th inning over Colorado. Dodgers 2-0 lead over the Padres, bottom of the 4th inning. Later on tonight, an 8 o'clock start at AT&T Park. The Diamondbacks and the Giants, Arizona 38-51 to San Francisco 56-33. Archie Bradley 3-4, 4.81 ERA will get the start against Madison Bumgarner. 132 strikeouts on the year for the left-hander. 9-4, 2.09 ERA, selected to his 4th consecutive All-Star team. So Madison Bumgarner getting the start tonight for the Diamondbacks, or I should say for the Giants against the Diamondbacks. Tigers a 6-1 winner today over the Blue Jays. Detroit 46-43 now on the year, and Toronto 51-40. Blue Jays 6 runs on 14 hits. Tigers with just 6 hits in the game. R.A. Dickey picked up his 7th win of the year. 7 innings, 1 earned run, 5 hits, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts. Anibal Sanchez suffered the loss. He's now 5-10. 4 innings, 5 earned runs, 8 hits, 2 walks, and 6 strikeouts. Josh Donaldson, his 23rd home run of the year in the 4th inning off Sanchez. Josh Tolley, 2 RBIs today. Donaldson, 3 RBIs today. Michael Saunders with his 42nd RBI of the season. Marlins with a 7-3 win over the Reds today. Marlins now 47-41, and Cincinnati 32-57. Marlins 7 runs on 10 hits. Reds 3 runs on 9 hits. The winning pitcher in the game was Dunn out of the bullpen. He's now 1-1 on the year as he throws an inning, striking out 1. Reed suffers the loss. The starter for Cincinnati, 4 2/3, 3 earned runs, 4 in total, 7 hits, 2 walks, and 7 strikeouts. Giancarlo Stanton, his 20th home run of the season in the 5th inning off Reed, with 1 on and 2 outs. Hechavarria with his 27th RBI of the year. Stanton with 2 RBIs. He now is 50 on the season. Real Muto is 26th RBI. Christian Yelich is 45th RBI of the season for the Marlins, who win it today by the final of 7-3. Yankees, who won in 11 innings yesterday, beat the Indians today 11-7. Yankees 44-44. Cleveland 52-36. Yankees 11 runs on 13 hits, 1 error. Indians 7 runs, 11 hits, 3 errors. The winning pitcher today was Nathan Eovaldi out of the bullpen, now 7-6, 4 1/3, as he gave up just 1 hit, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. Masahiro Tanaka struggled, 4 2/3. Allowing 3 earned runs, 7 in total on 10 hits, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts, and 1 home run. That was to Naquin in the 5th inning off Tanaka, Naquin's 9th of the year. Carrasco suffers the loss. He's now 5-3 on the year, 3 2/3 for the starter today. 1 earned run, 5 in total allowed, 5 hits, 2 walks, and 4 strikeouts. For the Yankees, Jacoby Ellsbury with his 4th home run of the year in the 2nd inning off Carrasco. Jacoby today with 3 RBIs. Gardner with 2 RBIs. Chase Headley is 27th RBI of the year. Austin Romine is 16th RBI of the year. Beltran RBI number 56. And Teixeira with RBI number 20 today for the Yankees, who win it today by the final of 11-7. The Nationals with an easy 3-2 win over the Mets. 3 runs on 6 hits. Mets 2 runs on 5 hits. The Nationals 54-36. Mets 47-41. The winning pitcher, Gio Gonzalez, he's now 5-8, 5 2/3, 2 earned runs, 4 hits, 3 strikeouts, 4 walks, 2 home runs allowed. And both of those home runs to Jose Reyes in the 1st inning off Gonzalez and in the 3rd inning off Gonzalez. Reyes with 2 RBIs, the only 2 runs batted in today for the Mets. Steven Matz suffered the loss, now 7-5 on the year, 7 innings, 3 earned runs, 6 hits, 4 walks, and 5 strikeouts. Daniel Murphy, his 17th home run, the first inning off Matz, his former teammate. Murphy today with 2 RBIs. Wilson Ramos with his 48th RBI of the season. Cubs with a 6-5 victory over the Pirates today. Cubs 53-35. Pittsburgh 46-43. Cubs 6 runs, 15 hits, 2 errors committed. Pirates 5 runs on 7 hits. The winning pitcher in the game was Strop out of the bullpen. He's now 2-2, 1 inning, while Edwards Jr. picked up the hold, and Rondon with the save, his 14th of the year. Neese got the start for the Pirates. 3 2/3 innings, 5 earned runs, 8 hits, 2 walks, and 3 strikeouts. But the losing pitcher was Watson out of the bullpen. He's now 1-3, 1 inning, 1 earned run, 2 hits, and 1 strikeout. The Cubs today receiving a home run from Almora Jr. in the 4th inning off Neese. Addison Russell with 2 RBIs. Contreras his 16th RBI. Almora Jr. with 2 RBIs. And Bryant with his 65th RBI of the season. So the Cubs today winning by the final of 6-5. Orioles 4-2 winner over the Angels, 4 runs, 12 hits. Each team committing an error in the game. Angels 37-52 on the year. Orioles 51-36. The winning pitcher was Chris Tillman. He's now 12-2, 7 innings, 1 earned run, 3 hits, 5 walks, 5 strikeouts. The hold by Brash, his 15th of the year. Zach Britton, his 27th save of the year. 1 inning pitched. Tim Lincecum suffered the loss. Now 1-3 on the season. 5 2/3, 3 earned runs, 9 hits, 4 strikeouts, and 2 walks. Chris Davis, his 22nd home run of the season. J.J. Hardy, his 3rd home run of the season for the Orioles. Chris Davis with 2 RBIs in the game. J.J. Hardy with 2 RBIs in the game as well. Mike Trout, his 58th RBI for the Angels. Albert Pujols, his 60th RBI of the season for Los Angeles of Anaheim. They fall today to the Orioles 4-2. Red Sox a 4-0 win over Tampa Bay. 4 runs on 8 hits for Boston. David Price against his former team picks up his 9th win of the year. 8 innings, 4 hits, 1 walk, 10 strikeouts. Jake Odorizzi suffers the loss. He's now 3-5, 5 innings, 4 earned runs, 6 hits, and 4 strikeouts. David Ortiz, 22nd home run of the season. Xander Bogaerts, David Ortiz, Mookie Betts, all with RBIs today for the Red Sox. Atlanta 2-0 win over the White Sox. Braves now 31-58. Chicago 45-43. Each team with 6 hits apiece. Mike Faltenuts picks up the win today for the Braves. Now 3-3, 7 innings, 5 hits, 10 strikeouts. Withrow the hold. Josh Johnson with his 2nd save. James Shields suffers the loss. He's now 4-10 on the year. 7 2/3, 2 earned runs, 6 hits, 2 strikeouts, and 2 walks. Jeff Francoeur and Jace Peterson with RBIs today. The 2 RBIs for the Braves, who win it 2-0. Athletics falling today to the Astros 2-1. Astros 2 runs on 8 hits. Oakland 38-51. Houston 48-41. The winning pitcher in the game was Harris, 1 inning. He's now 1-1 on the year. Axford with the hold, his 11th of the year, 1 inning and 2 strikeouts. While Hendricks suffered the loss for the Athletics today, he's 0-2, 2/3 of an inning, 1 strikeout, and 1 walk. Simeon with the RBI for Oakland. Gaddis the RBI today for the Astros. St. Louis with a 5-1 win over Milwaukee. 5 runs on 12 hits for the Cardinals. Mike Leake, his 6th win of the year. 7 innings, 1 earned run, 6 hits, 10 strikeouts. Jonathan Broxton, his 9th hold of the year. 1 inning, 2 strikeouts. And Juan Guerrera suffering the loss. He's now 6-2, 5 2/3, 3 earned runs, 7 hits, 3 walks, and 5 strikeouts. Matt Adams, his 10th home run of the year in the 2nd inning off Guerrera. Randall Grichuk, his 10th home run in the 6th inning off Guerrera. RBIs today from Adams, Biscotti, and Grichuk, as the Cardinals today beating the Brewers by the final of 5-1. Seattle with an 8-5 win over Kansas City today. Mariners now 45-44. Kansas City, the Royals 45-43. Those 2 teams combining for 24 hits. Mariners 8 runs on 14 hits. Royals 5 runs on 10 hits. Mike Montgomery picks up his 3rd win of the year. 6 1/3 innings pitched. 1 earned run, 5 hits, 3 strikeouts. Dylan G, the loss. He's now 3-3 on the season. 3 2/3, 2 earned runs, 5 hits, 1 strikeout, and 3 walks in the game. G threw 84 pitches, by the way, 52 of them for strikes. Offensively today, for the Mariners, they received a home run from Robinson Cano in the 7th inning, his 21st of the year. Adam Lind, his 13th of the year. RBIs today, 2 of them from Seager. And Marte, Cano, Lind, all with RBIs as well for the Mariners, who win it today by the final of 8-5 over the Royals. We'll step aside, wrap things up on the postgame wrap-up show. Blue Crabs fall today by the final of 9-7. This is the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
ID Shield, a division of Legal Shield, continues the mission of providing identity protection to more than 1 million people in 50 states and 4 Canadian provinces. Teamed with Kroll, no other company combines the expertise of the most knowledgeable identity protection specialists in the industry. The team of dedicated individuals does whatever it takes for as long as it takes to keep you and your family safe. For more information, log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/BowareMJ or contact Marcellus and Jeanette Boware at 571-337-3588.
Blue Crabs fans, is your brand, business, or organization looking to increase exposure and gain new and diverse consumers in this Southern Maryland market? Look no further than the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and Regency Furniture Stadium. Our business partners are afforded unparalleled access to our consumer base of fans from attractive and potentially lucrative demographics with disposable income. Call today at 301-374-1133 for more information or to set up a consultation.
Of land out in the countryside, lay back and smell the sun, warm up the Georgia pie. It's so good to be taking it easy. Why would I ever leave? 'Cause I know I got some good friends that live down the street. Got a good...
This is Justin Berg. Thanks for listening to Blue Crabs Baseball. Now back to the game.
Blue Crabs fall today by the final of 9-6. Thank you for being with us here on the Legal ID Shield, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network. So we'll take a break with the All-Stars, and we'll hang out for a little bit and enjoy that All-Star game, which will take place this week on Wednesday at Clipper Magazine Stadium in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. The All-Stars for the Blue Crabs are as follows. Left-handed pitcher Brian Burse picked up the win last night. Cody Epley as well, outfielder Jamar Walton, and infielders Michael Snyder and Bryant Nelson. Wish those guys all the luck playing for the Freedom Division squad. All right, so we will wrap things up here on the post-game wrap-up show. Blue Crabs falling today by the final of 9-6. 9 runs for the Long Island Ducks on 13 hits, 1 error committed, 7 runners left on, 3 of them in scoring position. Southern Maryland, 6 runs, 16 hits, 1 error, 11 runners left on, 7 in scoring position. Bruce Kern picked up the win today, 3-1 on the year. Darrell Thompson now 2-6. Todd Coffey, his 13th save of the year, 2,785 baseball fans here today. 2 hours, 57 minutes the time of the game. Blue Crabs dropping to 27-49, 1-6 in second half play. The Ducks 43-33, 3-2, or I should say, my mistake, 44-32, and 4-2 here in second half play. So Darrell Thompson today, 4 1/3, 5 runs, 11 hits allowed, 82 pitches. Bruce Kern today, 6 innings, 3 earned runs, 9 hits, 4 walks, 7 strikeouts, 106 pitches thrown. The big story of the game was the bulk of the offense for Long Island, 4 runs in the 4th, and again, 4 runs in the 5th. Blue Crabs showed some fight, but fell short today by the final of 9-6. Well, we thank you for joining us on the Legal ID Shield, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network. This has been a presentation of the Legal ID Shield, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network. For more information, log on to allinbroadcasting.com, somdbluecrabs.com for audio highlights and post-game interviews, and youtube.com, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs page for full game broadcast, post-game interviews, video highlights, and much more. This is Jim Taraboka saying goodnight from Regency Furniture Stadium. You've been listening to Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball on the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network, presented by Legal ID Shield.
The wide, here's the payoff. Outside corner, got him looking. Strike 3, a fastball. Arceau from the belt, runner not going. The pitch is swung on, grounded to short. Lombardozzi charges. He scoops, shovels to second one. Nelson's turn. On to first is in time. A double play. The pitch. Swinging a fly ball. Off in the air to right and deep. Repko going back. He turns, looks, and it's gone. Into his motion, the payoff pitch. Fastball in there. Strike 3 called over the inside corner. Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball is presented by Legal ID Shield.